Let's start the meeting with invocation. Mr. Josh Irvin, would you like to offer the invocation for today's meeting?
Let us pray. Dear Lord, thank you for this day. Thank you for this opportunity to gather together, dear Lord, to handle your business. Please be with each of us as we go about our business today. Please bless us as we go throughout the rest of this day. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
Commissioner Anderson, lead us in the pledge.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We'll call the meeting to order. All 5 commissioners are in attendance. Let's start with our recognition of guests. We have a 2026 OpenGov High Performance Government Award winner today. We're going to recognize them for achieving more than 20% cost savings in key bids through increased vendor participation and streamlined procurement operation. That's something we're very interested in and looking every opportunity we have to save public dollars, and we're pleased to make that recognition today. Who do we have here? Ms. Thompson?
Mr. Chairman, we have got Mr. Cutshaw here. If he wants to go ahead and come up, and we've got a couple of members of his team, and I'll let him say a few words. But just to give you an idea of what this award is, Walton County's been named a OpenGov High Performance Government Award winner, recognized for achieving more than 20% cost savings in key bids through increased vendor participation and streamlined procurement operations. This recognizes the Central Purchasing Department for modernizing its procurement processes in ways that directly benefit taxpayers, delivering competitive pricing, greater vendor access, and more transparent public purchasing. This was 2 years worth of work. This was a lot of work and a lot of hours by Mr. Cutshaw and his team, and I'll let him, he can definitely give you more details on this award, but I do want to mention, just to show you the scope of how large the OpenGov platform is, 1 in 3 requests for government information in the United States goes through the OpenGov platform. So this was a competitive award, and I'm just so proud that they were able to achieve this.
Jason?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Chair, Board, and especially Melissa and admin. This was it wasn't a procurement award, really. It was a county award. So it's more than just us. It's my team. We have Jordan and Megan. They were key. They logged a lot of times in the system, setting it up and implementing it. But it was a lot of departments, legal, especially Cynthia, admin, especially Carrie. She did a lot of work. She's still doing a lot of work on it. We appreciate that. And a lot of the end user departments, engineering, public works, TDC, anybody that put a bid in was patient with us, had grace through the system and the process. And with that, we had a pretty good decrease at a time when the economy was going up. Some of our costs were coming down, so it's a good thing. We appreciate your all support. That's the biggest thing. Your confidence in us really made a big difference. We appreciate it.
We're very grateful. Do we have an award? Yeah, let's grab a photo real quick.
No. Good, all right. I can see every face, so. Big smiles, and in 3, 2, 1. Thank you.
Keep it up. Melissa, we can't thank you enough for staying on top of our finances. That's such a very difficult and important task, and you always excel at that. So we're very, very happy with your work, and we appreciate your service. All right, we have some additions and deletions. We have 1, 2, 3. Do we need to explain those, Clay, or just we need to move to accept them?
You can move to accept if you so desire.
Okay.
Motion to approve the agenda with the additions.
Second.
All right, so I'll show that done without objection. Do we have to approve the overall agenda?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so Commissioner Gladwell moves that we approve the agenda. Second by Commissioner Johns. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Show that, all opposed, nay. Show that done, 5-0. All right, public comments. Is there anyone that would like to address the board?
Can we have the consent first?
Public's first. Public comment on anything they can't stay here for or the consent agenda.
I was just going by what's on the paper.
All right, seeing none. Approval of the consent agenda.
I just want to pull 8 and 11 for explanation only.
Motion to approve the consent agenda with those removals.
Second.
Okay. Show that done without objection. All right, so we're going to put 8 under Melissa
Yes, sir.
and 11 under
Billy McKee.
Mr. McKee. Okay. Citizens' requests. Number 6, tab 16, Nicole Fye. Is Ms. Fye here? Josh, are you here on this item?
Good afternoon, Chairman, Commissioners. I will go ahead and handle this for her. I did speak with her. She was planning to attend. I'm not sure what happened, but in any case, she wanted to give an update and let the Commissioners know that they've had a lot of support for this and certainly have had a lot of people take advantage of it. So from what I understood from her, all of the vouchers had more or less been accounted for already, and the majority of those from the north end. So that's about all I can offer, but any other information I get from her, I'll be sure to convey that over to y'all.
All right, 17, Holly Holt.
Good afternoon, Holly Holt, Health Officer, Administrator for the Department of Health in Walton County. Wanted to talk a little bit about the proclamation, and it is their request to approve and authorize the chairman to sign a resolution in observance of Revive Awareness Day. So I have that proclamation. Brian, would you like me to read that?
Yes, ma'am, I would.
Okay, thank you. The proclamation is actually for Revive Awareness Day, which is a couple of days ago, but because we were coming to the Board of County Commissioners today, we wanted to present it to you all today. Whereas Section 683-3342 federal statutes authorizes the governor to issue an annual proclamation designated June the 6th as Revive Awareness Day to champion the widespread availability of opioid antagonists. And whereas Revive Awareness Day encourages community-based organizations to host events aimed at raising awareness regarding opioid overdoses and highlighting the accessibility and safe utilization of opioid antagonists to counteract the effects of opioids. And whereas in 2023, in a historic action, the United States Food and Drug Administration approved naloxone nasal spray as the first over-the-counter opioid antagonist, and whereas Walton County had 181 suspected drug overdoses, including opioids, in 2025, and whereas Walton County encourages residents to engage with community-based organizations to increase awareness regarding the hazards of opioids and the accessibility of naloxone as a mechanism for promptly reversing their effects, and whereas, as an initiative of the Walton County Overdose Prevention Task Force, launched the website www.thepathwayback.com that has an naloxone locator listing multiple locations for community members in Walton County. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Walton County, Florida, that June 6, 2026 shall be known, designated, and set aside as Revive Awareness Day.
Do we have a motion on the, we have a motion by Commissioner Gladwell, second by Commissioner Johns. Is there any discussion? Questions? All in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Show the motion carries 5-0. Would you? Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, and I can, actually was going to be part of the presentation, but I will do that now. So you're good, Commissioner Johns. We will, let's go ahead and do that. Those of you that are, we've got a few people in the group today. Please stand if you're a part of the Overdose Prevention Committee, Council, Task Force. Please stand. Thank you. We'll have that in the presentation. You'll see the group of individuals that are part of this, this task force.
All right, would you repeat that website again?
It is actually, let me go back and find it. It's www.thepathwayback.com, and we have brought some different brochures and pamphlets over here for the community to have that you can share in your departments to pass out, and I'll talk about that a little shortly too in the presentation.
All right, you want to proceed to tab 18?
Okay. Chief Voss, can you join me on this? So we were here back in December, and we were asking you all to approve some of the boxes that we put in the state parks. We're back to give you an update. I think at that point in time, back in December, we were asked to give us a update on how many boxes that we have put out. So with coordination, Chief Voss, Sheriff's Office, the post program that we have, the Community Paramedicine Group, they're the individuals that are putting out the boxes and keeping them stocked. So the information we have so far is, and this is from January to May of 2026, we've had from that distribution, back in January, there was 120 boxes filled, February 58, March 71, April 58, and May 87, for a total of 394 boxes year to date. I'll give you just a couple of little facts. Since that time, there has been 65 EMS overdose responses. 17 of those individuals were suspected opioid overdoses. 30 naloxone administrations were given, 13 administrations with a positive effect, and we have information today from this time period. There has been 4 suspected fatal overdoses, and that has been, we've received that information from our biospatial data bank. Those ages were 20, 23, 35, and 78 years of age. So we still have things going on in our community, and I just wanted to give you awareness of that. The current locations for our boxes: Gaskin Park, Morrison Springs Park, Choctaw Beach Park, Grady Brown Park, Cessna Landing Park. So today we are requesting for additional 5 more boxes: Mossy Head Park, Valley View Community Center Park, 4 Mile Creek Landing, Pilcher Park Boat Ramp, and Helen McCall Park. So that is the request today, if we could ask for an additional 5 boxes to put the Narcan in.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve the 4 additional boxes. What's required on our part, Melissa?
I believe just the board's approval to continue.
Is there I'm sure it's minimal, but what is the cost involved in?
No cost. You want to talk about that, Chief Foss?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, all we're asking for is permission to put these in the places that we asked for. These 4 sites, Mossy Head Park, these are county parks. So if we just need the board's permission to locate those boxes there, just like the other sites that we.
Are there any questions on the motion? Any discussion? If Randy, I was just about to get there. If you'll let me do this, any additional questions, comments from the board, from the public? You're recognized.
I just wanted to say, I hear a lot of negativity lately from the public on having these in children's parks and different places. And I know you were just asking for awareness, but even if there were a cost associated, this is a cost much more worthy of its cause than spaying domesticated cats, in my opinion. And so I just wanted to share, this is not necessarily for addicts that are hanging out in a children's park. I myself have a family member who's recently relapsed after years. We have allowed this person into our home, no issues. They ended up back on fentanyl. We didn't know about it. So now we carry naloxone because if our children come in contact with it that we didn't even know was there. This isn't just to save the life of the person. This doesn't mean that junkies are piling in the parks. This may save the life of a child in the park, of an innocent person. And even if it doesn't, all lives are worth saving. So with all the negativity I've heard, I just wanted to bring those points to public attention. It could save your life. We never know. Thank you.
Anyone else? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Motion passes 5-0. Tab 19.
Okay, thank you, Chief Ross. So the next part of this is a short presentation. Oh, thank you, I need these. I forgot my glasses today, I'm so sorry. Thank you for that. So it's a short presentation. I'm going to go through this very quickly. I think you probably already have the information that was printed for you. But we, as an overdose prevention task force in Walton County, do have a vision and we do have a mission. Our vision is a safe, healthy community where everyone has access to tools and resources to prevent overdoses. Our mission is bridging the pathway to recovery by working together to lessen overdoses through education, prevention, and intervention. So the next part of this slide has all our partners. This is everybody that has been working on this initiative in our county. And you can take time to look at every one of those, and you can see individuals in our audience today that have been key players in this. So the why in the world did we do this? Walton Community Health Improvement Partnership, which is our WCHIP, identified the need to develop a dedicated work group to reduce opioid overdoses and death based on the reportable number of overdose incidents in Walton County. As a result, the Overdose Prevention Task Force was formed, bringing together community partners to develop initiatives aimed at reducing opioid overdoses. We went through a lot of information given and did a process map. I don't know if you're know about that or not, but that is something that we did. We brought different individuals in. This is where we talked about improving coordination between local hospitals, Walton County Sheriff's Office, and community-based services. So our initiatives from that, we process mapped what we thought our needs were, from the jail to the community to the hospital, from somebody on the street that says, hey, I need help. So we came up with our initiatives. And this has been funded through the CORE and the opioid settlement dollars. So just some of our initiatives on this, our Naloxone Rescue Kiosk Project we just talked about. Our Jail Bridge program, we're working with the incarcerated individuals on individuals that have substance use disorders, mental health conditions, and homelessness, helping to prepare them when they leave, that they have somewhere that they can go to work on continuing to be substance use free. Jail Bridge program, that is that. Post-overdose support team, those are the individuals that you see that we were just talking about that go out into the community. They see the people in the home, and we've got representatives of those individuals today with our community paramedicine program. Medication assistance treatment, that's your MAT, your Suboxone. Circle of security parenting, we're visiting the jail and we're providing classes to work with individuals so when they leave, the females can take care of their children and they can continue some child and caregiver promoting healthy habits. Our peer support network and the Pathway Back initiative I'm fixing to talk about. So the next slide is dealing with our peer support network. Funding has been given to these individuals. Let's just say you decide, I'm ready to quit today, I need help. This is the number you call, 844-FLC-PEER, which is basically 844-352-7337. We have the information for you here if you need that. This is if somebody ends up in the ER, they're ready, to quit. This is if somebody's in a faith-based organization or in their house or whatever, that's the number to call. You'll get the peer navigators that will help that individual know what to take next steps for. And then the last I wanted to mention with some of the funding that we are receiving is the website that you were talking about, Commissioner Drake. It's the Pathway Back to a Life You Control. And the website, if you can take some time and look at that and pull that up, it will actually give testimonies of individuals that have gone through substance use disorder, ready to quit. We have so many providers. It's basically divided out in faith-based and non-faith-based providers in our community. It tells you where you can go for naloxone, just a lot of really good nuggets. I'm really excited about this. This is where your dollars are going to. These individuals out here are doing the work, and with the website, it is promoting what we want to do to complete the communication in our community when people are ready to quit. And then the last piece, these are the documents that have been put forth with some of the dollars that have been received, and they are, like I said, on the table back there. So that's what I have for presentation. Any questions on anything?
Questions? Seeing none? Tab
Great
20.
information.
Ma'am?
Great information, thank you.
Tab 20.
Okay, the next is going to be, this is with the grants funding recommendations. I think you all got some information about that gives you everything I just said. Ryan has put together for you with the different individuals that have received cord funding, and I'm really not going to go through that today because I will just go ahead and turn it over, I guess, to Melissa to talk about the next. But this is your information to look at so you know who's getting what type of funding they're getting for those specific time periods.
And Commissioners, this process runs through the Overdose Prevention Task Force Committee. Ms. Holt works with that committee to come up with a subgroup that evaluates all of the applications for funding and looking at the recommendations for award next year. I see Be Generous, Florida Department of Health, Freedom Life Compass, Lakeview Center, North Walton Doctors Hospital, PanCare, and Point Washington Medical Clinic. There is more detail on those projects that's included within your packet, but we would request that the board accept the recommendations of the Prevention Task Force. If you're not ready to do that today, that's something that I could bring back to you at the next meeting. But if you are ready, we would ask for that recommendation to move forward so we can work with Northwest Florida Health on getting the contracts.
Motion.
Second.
Okay, what, you want to state your motion, Commissioner Curry?
To move forward so they can begin anything that they need in this presentation on the grant.
Accept the recommendation, I believe.
Yes.
So it's the recommended funding award that's listed separately.
And you will see it again. The contracts will come back to the board.
Okay.
So a motion and a second. Is there any discussion, questions? Anyone from the public? All in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Show the motion carries 5-0. Tab 21.
Okay, this is the last time I have for you all today. This deal, sorry.
Just for the record, that was, so 20 was the informational section, 21 was the motion where you accepted the recommendation. So we are on now 22 for the record.
Go ahead.
Okay. The last that I have to bring to you deals with the the Florida Rural Health Transformation Program. I think we talked about this, or you've been reading in the news for the last so many months, that there is going to be some grant funding that ACA has out there. There's specifics to what that is that we've been working with. We are working locally with the Northwest Florida Health Planning Council to put together proposals from the 4 counties, which is Escambia, Santa Rosa, Okaloosa, and us. We have some initiatives in there that we're looking forward to hopefully being able to be funded for the community. So this is just asking for you all for a letter of support to go in with the grant that is actually due tomorrow. So that's what I'm here for today.
Today.
We have a motion.
Motion to approve.
So we have a motion by Commissioner Gladwell, second by Commissioner Anderson. Are there questions, discussion? Anyone from the public? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. So the motion carries 5-0.
Thank you so
Holly,
much.
for all that you do.
Tab 23, Mr. J.J. Harris, President, CEO, Walton County Economic Development Alliance. Okay. Tab 24, Mr. Kellenberger.
Yes, sir. Mr. Thornton's going to handle this for us.
Mr. Mike Thornton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Need to request approval of the federal lobbying contract with Becker and Polikoff, and for authorization for the chairman to sign it. This is going to cost $84,000 a year. The previous one, previous lobbying contract was for $96,000 a year.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Are there any questions? Discussion. Anyone from the public? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Show it passes 5-0.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have the next item as well, which is an update and request for direction on the Walton County entrance signs that were brought up last meeting, and staff was directed to go back, or a couple of meetings back, and staff was directed to go back and basically get some quotes and see what initial assessments would cost us. The signs built on flat dirt, the quote is $86,500 per sign. It is important to note there are 11 entry points for state or U.S. highways into Walton County if the desire of the commission is to put a sign at each entry point. So,
Chair,
That's right, go ahead.
would these signs come from TDC or TDT or general fund?
that would be a determination to be made by the board, or a recommendation from the TDC to the board for that type of funding.
I just think something like this probably needs to be put on hold until, if it's coming from the general fund, needs to be put on hold until after this vote comes in November.
Commissioner Jones.
I think that the gateway signs could come out of TDC funds or TDT funds. That would be the east and west on 98, any U.S. highway. And so that could come out of the TDT funds if TDT would, would so allow that. But then the other signs, because a lot of them are not on a flat ground like you mentioned, and because these are kind of large signs, could be something very similar but in a reduced size, which would be a reduced price. And that, if we need to put those on hold until we find out what our funding is going to be, but those would not fall under TDT, I would not think, because the only ones that would be the gateway ones, which would be 3.
That would be traditionally how we've treated that. If you do wish to have the gate ones sent, we could have Mr. Thornton send this to Mr. Algren, have that run through the TDC, make sure the council approves it, and then have that come back if we want to look at the gateway funding.
I'd like to make a motion to do that.
I'll second that. You're saying take it back to TDT, let them look at it?
For the gateway signs, yes.
The gateway.
Just the gateway?
Yes.
Yeah.
What are we calling gateway?
The U.S. highway, so 331 and 98.
What about I-10, and what about 83, and what about 81, all
Well-
of which are gateways?
Well, those, I don't know if that would qualify for gateway for TDC money.
We have looked at 20, we've also looked at 83 before, but when we say gateway, we're going to apply the traditional TDC definition of gateway where they have put up signs before with TDT dollars. That's where it would be. So if they haven't put one up there before, we're going to tell you, hey, we didn't put one up there. If we did put one up there, that'll be what they're reviewing. Because they've put up signs at entrance corridors all over Walton County many times before, so we'll just use the traditional model.
Okay?
So is 83 in there?
Yeah, I believe it was originally. I recall seeing a sign come and go from there before on more than one
I'm
occasion.
pretty sure there's one there. How about 81?
I do not recall. Brian's saying no, so I'm going to defer to him.
But I'm thinking that if, based on the funding, that the other areas that you're mentioning, all of them, and some of them, the ground is not flat, so it has to be adjusted anyway. We could adjust it, the same sign, just scaled down a little bit.
I can definitely go back and look at a scaled-down version for the other entry points to Walton County. But now my understanding is, right now, the motion's for 98 both ends and 331 north end, which,
Unless he wants to include, you said it was also where, Mr. Atkinson?
83.
83.
What about 90?
I think it was 83, 20, and I think there were on 90 as well. Yes, sir. So again, I mean, I think we just get back with where TDC's traditionally place signs throughout Walton County and let them look at what it would take to do those.
And that would let them decide which way they
But
want.
they're going to send a recommendation back to you. They're not going to fully suspend it, so you're going to get a full recommendation back from the council.
All right, I'll keep my second.
Okay.
Are there any additional questions, discussion? Anyone from the public? All right, Ms. Moreno? Sure. Who all wants to speak on this? Randy, Barbara, Jim? Okay.
Thank you, Chair and Commissioners. Lee Moore, Leigh, you know me. Representing Scenic Walton. Just a few things. First of all, how tall are these signs proposed to be in these renderings? Save my time, please.
I think mine's cut off. See it from here to here.
I don't see.
it was in the packet, it got cut off here.
Yeah, it got cut off on the right.
Okay.
Approximately.
About 5 or 7 feet. So some suggestions, are these designs meant to be final that are in the packet?
Certainly not if it's going back to the TDC for consideration, placement, recommendation. They'd have to be reviewed. You'd have to go through a procurement on them. So no, I mean, what's there is not able to be bought right now.
Okay, great. So I agree with the suggestion to run this back through the TDC Advisory Council. I think that's a good idea. I would also say that for 98, and if anything is placed south, on South 331, I think it would be a good idea to put this through the Design Review Board. Just for one, appearances that the county is going through the same process that a private entity would. And I also think that gives some great opportunities for input. And I really think that doing this countywide is the best approach. You might have to phase it because of cost, of course, but I think that it would be, as I said before at a past meeting, it'd be great to create a branded feel and look when you come into the county or into different areas of the county, if it's coming down 331 into the south end or wherever it might be. And I just also want to commend you for being willing to at least explore this, because I think it's needed. The signs that are there now have been there for a minute, and they're really, I think they're past their time. That's one way to put it. And we need to kind of bring it up a notch or 2 or 10. So I think this would be great, and it would probably be good to get it done sooner rather than later, although I realize these recommendations add time to the process. And I would also say that as you get into design, which I know you're not there now, but just in thinking big picture, it might be good to consider doing something that's recognizable across the board. Like, I know the logo that was come up with for the bicentennial was really great, I think. That's just my personal opinion. But something like that, it kind of creates that brand awareness and gives people something to say, hey, you know, they start recognizing that as Walton County versus just the words Walton County. I think that would be fantastic to include as well. So I think those are all of my suggestions based on everything. But it would be great to put it through the design review board. That's just one of my biggest suggestions, and I also think it's good to put it through the TDC Advisory Council, as I said. Thank you.
Share one comment. Yeah, you can. What other boards would someone, if they were putting up this sign, have to go through? Because I think you make a valid point. I think we need to go through the same process as anybody else would have to go through. So if it's a design review board or technical review board or whoever it may be, I think that is a good idea to make sure everything goes through like anybody else would put a sign up. So.
Staff can correct me, but I think for just a monument sign like this, it would probably be just DRB. I don't even know if that goes through technical, and I don't think it would go beyond DRB, like to Planning Commission or anything else. But
good point, though. Thank you.
Sure thing. Thank you.
Barbara Morano, I definitely agree with Lee on it going to the DRB. If this is the sign, have you seen this sign? Was that an AI sign or was that submitted by someone?
I submitted that sign. I submitted it because I wanted a new sign, you know, to get this going and rolling, because what we have and we've had there for several years, as Lee pointed out, is just not really conducive to who we are. So I have no problem with it changing, and I agree that it does need to go through the Design Review Board because all the signs on Highway 98 currently have to go through the Design Review Board. So
Thank you, Commissioner Johns, because I had some question on that particular sign. Lee mentioned the bicentennial sign. I just wanted to remind you, and I'm going to leave this with you, to just look at this and think about what we really want on the sign. So may I just pass this around?
Just leave it with Mike. Leave it with Mike.
Did we just see that the sign was going to cost $81,000 on here? Huh?
86.
Oh, okay, well, that's better. Okay. Okay, those who don't learn from history are doomed to repeat it. So I just want to remind you all that the last time we decided to design and order signs, everyone got together, they sat down, they designed them, they got them just right to fit the aesthetic in the south end. They came in, they didn't like them, so they stuck them all over the north end and just went and ordered some more. And they sure don't fit in with the north end aesthetic, but we didn't fuss, we didn't care. $86,000 for a sign is stupid. I agree with Commissioner Curry. This kind of spending needs to be put on hold till we find out what's going to happen with the property tax, because from things I've been hearing, we could possibly absorb Holmes County. You know, we think we're going to be doing okay, but if we absorb Holmes County is going to have nothing to contribute when their homestead exemptions are gone. So not only might we be losing some money, we might be gaining some responsibility when all is said and done. An $86,000 sign, we don't need that regardless. But anyway, just whatever you do, when you get it, you got it. Don't try to send it down here to the north end and say it's ugly and we want something better. Thanks.
Who's next?
I think Jim Bagby had his hand.
Wherever she is. Jim Bagby. Oh, hey. I agree with everything that's been said before. A couple of things. You know, three of you last night were at a meeting with Parks and Recs and fields, ball fields, We spend $700,000. I think that number will y'all remember that, on the maintenance of our ball fields. Okay, this is exactly what those parents were talking about last night. You're going to prioritize spending close to $1 million once you buy 7 full-size signs and 4 small signs, okay? Which is a lot more than you spend maintaining those ball fields. And you just need to have that as a point of reference. A couple of things on the signs, on the design, I agree with DRB and send it back through the TDC. I don't know if we're changing the county's motto, but coastal heritage, natural beauty, and community pride is close, but it's not that. So you might think about putting that out. Second thing is, we have 2 general architectural styles in this county. One referred to as Florida Cracker, which you see a lot of our beach pavilions and things look like. And of course, then the cementitious houses like in Rosemary or Alice Beach, where it's covered. You know, limestone is nice. If you're in the hill country of Texas, it might be more appropriate to Walton County, Georgia. I don't know if they have any limestone, but it's not appropriate for here. So hopefully all that'll be corrected when it comes back to you. But seriously, look at where you're prioritizing spending money, because the kids in this county need this money a lot more. And on the signs, I will correct Randy. We didn't order new signs. We just repainted the big blue signs. We ordered the big blue signs. We only spent, I think, about $8,000 per sign. Clay can correct me if I'm wrong. Not $86,000. What? Oh, I thought you said. And then we repainted them, so there was a cost there. And then once we repainted them brown or a neutral tone, we put them in the ground. So I agree. I'm not opposed to new signage. You know, you need to refresh the brand and the destination regularly. But $86,000 per sign, probably a little over the top. Thank you.
Chair, may I? I just want to, I was at the meeting. Commissioner Glidewell and Commissioner Johns was there also. But we did also say that TDC money can't be utilized for parks. So that's why I said if this is coming out of the general fund, you know, let's put the brakes on. But if we want to go the TDC way, to let them look at it and justify the spending and then bring it back to us, I don't have a problem with that, as long as it's not. I'm not for spending 1 penny out of the general fund on something like this until we find out how much money we actually have in the bank after November. So, thank you.
Well, I agree, and that was the point, was that money was going to come out of TDT funds, not the funds that could be used at the ballparks or anything like that. Totally different pot of money. But also, I'm glad that the conversation has started, because I've actually been asking about entryway signs for 3 years, and I've gotten really nowhere on it. And I really want to see some nice entry signs, because I think it's a beautiful county, and I think that we need to show that we embrace this county. And if we can find something, and it definitely should go through the DRB like every other sign does that's on 98 anyway. And if there's a different design, I'm not stuck on a design. I'm just stuck on a new sign, because what's there right now is kind of embarrassing. And so if you all come up with something that's nicer, even if it's less expensive, that's perfectly fine. It's just, I'm glad that the conversation started so that we can move in the right direction and get something done that we can all be proud of, north, south, and everywhere. So I would like to make that motion continue. I've already made the motion to have you all bring something back.
Anyone else? Ms. Harris? Anyone else after Ms. Harris?
We'll be sure everybody watching recognizes me so that the cartoons show exactly what I look like. The cartoons are funny. And actually, the last one y'all did looked really good, because I had my hair pulled back and I probably looked better than ever. On the signs, wouldn't it, I have a huge granite two-sided sign, granite on both sides, that says Edgewater, and it's huge. It didn't cost half of what this sign that's ugly y'all are looking at cost. So I'm just telling you, you better shop around. But wouldn't it be a great idea? We've got great kids that do great artwork in this county, because I see it when I go places everywhere. Why don't you think about having a contest and letting all the kids in the school design a sign, one for the north end and one for the south end, that tells what the north end's about, and give them a nice prize. I'll donate the prize, but at least get some of their input and let them do some sketches and feel like they're a part of this before we spend $85,000 on that piece of junk.
Chair. Commissioner, hold on, Commissioner Anderson hadn't had a chance to.
No, that's fine, I'm sorry.
Listen, Ms. Harris and I don't agree a lot. We do occasionally. But I agree with her and Mr. Bagby. I'm going to have many sleepless nights if we spend $86,000 on a sign. I don't know where the prices came from, but, and Donna, your sign's beautiful. I agree with it. But y'all better vote on this, a meeting I'm not at, because I'm not voting for an $86,000 sign.
I think they're going to go back and look at different options and different.
To be clear, this was direction for us to get pricing on the signs as presented to us. So we didn't change anything. We just went out and got a quote. Obviously, there's a full process we would go through before we would even consider this. This was more informational in nature to see if the BCC was interested in actually pursuing it. In other words, I don't consider it to be a vote to put the signs in place today as is. This was just for informational purposes as requested and directed.
I just wanted to add, Chair, that Lieutenant Wendell had a group that did some murals in Choctaw Beach and all that. So, I mean, I'm kind of leaning towards Ms. Harris's idea, if we want to kick it around a little bit, have, the high school students or whoever Lieutenant Wendell uses, I can't remember exactly what art class he used, but maybe get them involved. I mean, some ownership would be nice, within the community.
Well, again, we have to remember that it has to be approved by the DRB and fall in the color, and all that.
There will be some FDOT permitting that has to be done on any sign that's placed on the right-of-way as well. So there are additional hurdles that have to be jumped through. Like I said, this was informational in nature concerning flat ground construction of this type of sign.
Right.
So why don't we do this? I had already done some quick math before everyone got up here and spelled it out, which is great. We're all thinking on the same page. Why don't we just put this item in front of the TDC council to begin that, to be the incubator of this idea, to where if there seems to be a need from a tourism standpoint, as far as our branding and marketing goes, we can start that there, and then whatever develops out of that, if it's incorporating some of the ideas that were presented, if it comes with recommendations or things like that, why don't we just shift this over there kind of as the and let the TDC be the originator of this proposal, and then let it maybe siphon itself back up to our level. Would everybody be in agreement with that?
Well, if we put a time limit on it, because I don't want this to be, we're still working on this 2 years from now. So if we could put some sort of time limit on it to where they can come up with some idea, I'm fine with that, but I would like to have a time limit on it.
How about we say it's presented at the next TDC meeting, and then Mr. Algren can bring your report back after that of where they are in the process?
That'd be fine. That'd be fine.
Matt's nodding in the back.
Does that need to be motion or direction?
Matt, you understand the direction? Matt's giving a thumbs up, so no, it does not need to be part of it.
And I'll remove my second.
Me too. I'll remove my motion. Okay.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you digging into that.
All right, tab 26, environmental services.
Chairman, Mr. Harris has made an appearance. We'd like to step back and do number 23.
All right, let's keep rolling for a minute, and then we will.
Yeah, you guys want to fall back on number 11 from the consent agenda?
Yes, let's do that.
Billy McKee, for the record. This item is a request to authorize and approve the chairman to sign a site access agreement with the Florida Department of Environmental Protection for access to the county-owned property located at Coyote Landfill East in Freeport. So a while back, Commissioner Curry was approached by some citizens in the area that had some concerns about some groundwater contamination that had shown up in some previous testing of some of the groundwater wells, groundwater monitoring wells on that site. We reached out to DEP, discussed it with them. There's some private property ownership issues, so that complicates the continuity of their oversight, their compliance with these sites. The county actually owns a 10 plus or minus acre parcel of the Coyote East landfill. So what they're asking through our request to them was we asked them if they would go and do some assessment or try to get the property owners to do it. So DEP has an in-house crew, a staff of personnel and some equipment. So they've agreed to go in and conduct some further sampling. Who knows, they can test the wells that are there now. I think there are 4 on that parcel. They can see if they're still viable wells. They can drill new wells. It's just a variety of sampling and assessment to see if what contamination level is there, or if there's anything that's actionable where they need to take some type of action to remediate whatever they find through their process. So this is simply asking the county to approve them to access the site to conduct that work.
Motion to approve.
Second.
So we have a motion and a second. Any questions?
Well, just to add to it, this was part of the 2018 test results that were all over the map that had more red in it than anything else. So I'm glad that we're moving in the right direction. Right. You know, it may be they're all gone and everything's good, and I'll stand up and cheer. But, you know, I think we owe it to ourselves to recheck these wells. Yes, sir. You know, it should have been done 5 years ago, but I appreciate all the work that you did on this. Thank you, Billy.
At least they're starting on the project, so that's a good sign. Good sign. Okay. All right, that was easy. So the next item is to bring.
Vote.
Do we need to? Vote. Okay.
Well, it was on the consent. We took it off the consent.
So now you got to vote on it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So.
Got a motion and a second.
All in favor of the motion, well, is there anyone in the general public that would like to speak on this? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Show it passes 5-0. All right, Billy.
All right. So item number 26, we're bringing back a discussion regarding providing solid waste collection, garbage carts for the 5 volunteer fire departments that well, actually, there's only 2, but there's 5 separate physical locations. And then whatever community centers that you want to consider or not to provide some form of garbage collection service for those. The math on it's pretty simple. If it's a cart, it's $25 per month for once a week collection, roughly 25. I think it's $25.08. So I believe if you did a cart for each of the community centers, now that one's a little unclear as to which ones would want to participate or which ones would not. There's about 4 of them that are voting precincts. You have Red Bay, which is sort of an anomaly. We have a lease agreement with them, which actually, if you read the lease agreement, the county agreed to provide utilities to pay for utilities. I don't know if you consider garbage a utility. I think you might. Doesn't specifically say that, but that's, I guess, up for interpretation. But they have their own garbage collection there. They have a contract with Waste Management. The rest of them, Parks and Rec take care of most of our county facilities that are not, that are county-owned, and the ones that are not county-owned, I think there's about 9 of them, and that, again, some of them we don't have any real contact with them or any contact numbers, but I think Parks and Rec do go out and do some maintenance around those, cut grass, clean up around them and things like that, and maybe if there's any garbage that's sitting outside, they probably get it. But outside of those services, if you want to provide carts, it's $25 for 1 cart once a week for a month. And of course, you just double that for each number of carts that you provide. So probably you could do all of the fire departments and 5 or 6 of the community centers for less than $3,500 a year in total. So it's not that much money, but that's,
I have an additional question, Chair.
Go ahead.
When we were talking the other day, are there any other paper agreements that we provide service for? Or, let me rephrase that. Are there any other non-county entities that we provide service for that we do not have an agreement or a contract on?
we actually have we found a 2003 board, Caring and Sharing came to the board in 2003 and asked to have dumpsters placed at their facility. That has been in place, best we can tell, since 2003. So that's the only actual written information we can find. We did have one at the fairgrounds. We have taken that from the fairgrounds. That was there many, many, many years, as far as I can tell. Seems like it certainly predates my 12 or so years at the landfill. Probably, I'd say 20 years plus that's been there. And I think the rationale that I got out of that is that the county conducted so many, it was kind of a relationship with the fairgrounds, that the county does a lot of activities at the fairgrounds, a lot of, events. So the dumpster was there for the county to use. However, we did remove that dumpster recently. So I don't know of any agreement that it was ever agreed to put there. We couldn't find one. I think Loretta searched pretty hard, so.
Yeah, because I had requested, because we were doing work over there prior to 2021, before that MOU was in place, and nothing was about trash on that. And then currently, the current MOU has been lapsed since April of this year. So I just want to make sure there's no other handshake deals, no other anything out there that's not on paper that we're doing that nobody knows about, but we're expending services, manpower, and monetary value.
Not to my knowledge.
You know, that's it.
That's the only ones I know of. I can't tell you there's not something out there somewhere, but I don't know of it, so.
You said all the fire departments. How many, are there more?
There's two volunteer fire departments, Liberty and Argyle, and between the two of them, they have 5 separate locations, 5 individual locations. If we provided one cart to each location, that would be roughly 125. I don't have a calculator, and I'm not that good at math, but it's about $125 a month for all of those. And then again, if you had 5, 6 locations for community centers, and I think we would need to reach out to them if you decide you want to cover those, to gauge which ones would need or even want a cart.
Would Waste Management want to kind of sweeten the deal a little bit? I mean, if we went and asked nice?
I haven't gotten any positive indication of that, but that's possible. So
I would.
Hold on, Commissioner Gladwell.
I'd make a motion that we fund the 5 fire departments and the 4 listed centers at the no more than the 2 a week, but try to start at the 1 a week.
Okay, one correction on the document that you have. There was 1 community center that we found. We added as Pleasant Valley, I believe. And if you know of any others, but yeah, so we think there's about 6, but not sure which ones will want to participate and which ones won't.
Up to the 5 stations and the 6 community centers will fund, that the county will fund that.
And that's roughly less than $3,500 a year in total for that service.
Might as well direct staff to reach out to Waste Management to talk about whether that can be included or negotiated. Might as well send them to do it. We're going to agree to do it, but
There you go.
And I'll second that.
The few discussions I've had with them is
made a part of his motion.
essentially this would be a commercial, charged at a commercial rate, not a residential rate. And I think we can probably structure it through an invoicing, just like we do for the second cart that you approved to be for the north end. But we definitely will reach out to them.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. Any additional discussion, questions? Anyone from the audience? Ms. Harris? Anyone else? Ms. Porter?
May I make a picture of my new glasses? I just have a question. When I offered to pay for Mossy Head's garbage for 5 years for their community center, it was I think there are a lot of people that would help if Waste Management won't lower, to be sure that if they can't get it. But what I was explained, I'm just asking the question, are you going to put a big compactor at each community center? Because I was told they only needed, at the Mossy Head one, they needed 2 90-can garbage cans. And like I brought up before, a compactor, I mean, not a compactor, but a big garbage dumpster. Thank you, whoever, Dan, thank you. A big garbage dumpster, and I have one, so I should know, but a big garbage dumpster only is going to allow for them to have to pick up more often, because everybody that rides down the road is going to see that big dumpster, and all these trucks that need to go to the dump and pay for their trash are going to just stop there at night and put all their stuff in the dumpster. And a garbage can with the lid on it is going to be better for their needs. And I also talked to Waste Management about it, and they recommended the 2 garbage cans. So I just think you need to look at the difference in what it's going to cost y'all, because to empty a dumpster is a lot more than to pick up 2 garbage cans.
Mr. Chairman, the motion was to provide 1 cart and maximum of 2 carts. So that's
No dumpster.
A cart is
no dumpsters, no dumpsters.
no dumpster.
Why don't we start with 1 cart, assess the need, and if it seems like there's, the need exists and the demand is there, we can always make modifications.
We can leave that to Mr. Kellenberger to make that choice.
That's fine, Brian. If Mossy Head needs to, I'm still willing to pay for 1 extra.
Yes, ma'am.
Just let me know, and I'll write that check.
All right, Ms. Leitner, well, hold on, Ms. Porter was waiting in line. Madam Clerk, for the record, Corinne Porter.
Yep, Corrine Porter. And I just wanted to give a little history that maybe everybody doesn't know about the garbage pickup. My husband was a commissioner that put it in. And the deal was that there would be a 1-cent sales tax which would pay for all garbage pickup. And that was voted on by the people. And so my understanding is now that you have $38 million in that account. I don't know for sure, but that was what I was told. But anyway, so the garbage was to be paid for by the 1-cent sales tax that was added to our purchases. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you.
Also, thank you very much.
You're welcome. Anyone else? Ms. Leitner.
I wasn't going to say anything on this until y'all went back to 1 can. We rent the Red Bay Community Center often for birthday parties and stuff, and we're going to fill up 1 can ourselves on 1 day, so then there's nowhere for the next person coming along if they've got it rented out. So I think if you're going to do this, it's great that you're doing anything, but if you can, I think you should make it for 2 cans for each of them, and then just ask each one, and if they don't want to, then that saves you a little bit. But I think you should probably start out with 2, or at least make the motion so it can be 2 right off the bat rather than just 1 and reassess later. Thanks.
That is the motion.
Anyone else? All in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Show the motion carries 5-0. '27, Mr. Franksman.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Terry Franksman with Human Resources. I'm bringing HR Policy 6.3 tuition reimbursement to get some feedback from the commissioners. We still have the full-blown rules and regs we're working on. Hopefully they'll be ready to go shortly, but I wanted to bring this one item to the board to get their approval to move forward on the tuition reimbursement program.
Motion to approve.
So we have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
I have questions, but I'll wait.
I'll make a second for.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Commissioner Curry?
Was The previous, I apologize, I forgot to ask this when you came to the office. Did the previous, I guess, policy, was that for part-time or full-time employees?
That was for full-time.
Full-time? Okay, what is this, did it change on this policy to be part-time or full-time?
No, the only change we have is a recommendation you requested would be to, instead of having an employee work, let's just say they leave 2 years after taking a course, they would have to reimburse the county for the tuition that they took, the classes they took. Now it's going to 3 years. So if they leave within 3 years of taking a particular class, they've got to reimburse the county for those funds.
And then my other ask was, and it was debated, but I didn't want, since the commissioners basically are part-time employees, I don't want the commissioners to be able to partake in this tuition. It needs to be for the employees. And I also wanted to see anybody making $100,000 or more a part of this. But I'll switch to that and ask the board if any, the people up here on this board currently, except for Ms. Laird, be included in that, not to be able to use that tuition. It needs to be for employees, not, the directors are already at that top of the ladder, top of that ladder. The employees beneath them are the ones that would need this tuition. And I do have a concern that, if we're considered part-time, why were we able to partake in this tuition reimbursement? May I ask that to Clay?
Under your old policies, there were not those same distinctions in effect, and it was something that was approved as they went through. Obviously, starting with our December 21, I think it was the first new manual, then 23 that led to this one. The language does clarify that. It specifically provides a distinction between BCC members and employees. That's no longer what it is as of 2025 in your most recent manual. In terms of what's happened in the past, I'm not going to opine on the decisions of the county administrator or the board to approve those at this time. As far as who sits up here, I mean, certainly, as it is written right now, Brian or Melissa are indeed eligible, even though they technically don't have a department head to go to get their approval. They'd have to ask you for the approval, is what would have to happen, but they are eligible.
But
I'm not an employee, but in terms of right now, the BCC, as this policy is written, the definition of employee says employees of the Board of County Commissioners. I read that, and I'm just telling you how I do it. An employee of yours does not include you. Now, how they were written before, I'm not going to opine. I mean, I've been here. That's been the definition going back to the December 21 update. Obviously, there is a distinction between this personnel policy as an employee-driven policy, and that applies to all of the employees of the BCC. That excludes you from these policies. Your entitlement to retirement, your entitlement to benefits are based on your elected position and anything specifically created for you that the board authorizes or budgets. Travel to conferences, master board facilitation, advanced county commissioner seminars, things of that nature. So I'm not telling you can't authorize it for yourselves in the future, but this would not apply at this level. As to could a director get it? I mean, yes, I think right now it literally applies to an employee. An employee is defined in the policy, and it would cover all your directors as well.
Well, that's why I asked the question, does it pertain to part-time employees or full-time employees when it consults us? Because as far as I've been told, we are part-time employees, and that's the way it reads everywhere.
I am telling you that under Commissioner, my interpretation of your current policy, and I'm only going to operate off the current policy, when you read the definition of employee, it says employees of the Board of County Commissioners. We
shouldn't have been included then.
I'm speaking to the current policy. I can't speak to the old policy, but what I will say is right now you are not, whether you're a part-time or a full-time employee of this county, you don't fall under this today. None of you do. That's not the current circumstances, the way this is written. Would you, I mean, do you have the definitional section available for your whole policy there, Terry? I can pull it up in a second if you want.
It does say that the policy applies to all full-time permanent employees. We're not considered, even though we're full-time employees, we're not considered full-time employees.
You definitely don't fall under that part either.
Part-time. So we don't fall under that, so it doesn't apply to us. So it should apply to the county staff. And I don't personally know that we should put a $100,000 cap on it because, and I hope it's okay if I use someone as an example, but I know that Devin Payton has been using the tuition assistance, and he's quite amazing, and he's just developed an app that is pretty incredible. And I don't know what he makes, but if he needed further education, I mean, I personally wouldn't have a problem because it's benefiting this county in several ways. He's bringing a lot to this county that would otherwise cost us a lot of money if we went outside to get some of the things that he does. So if we can get people in the position to do that, I think it benefits everybody.
That's why I stepped back and I said just the ones that answer to the board and the
And let me clarify. So your definitional section of your current policy, and I'm operating off of what this, so if you insert this, you are going to track along with the personnel policy of the county that was the most recently adopted one. I'm looking at the adoption was May 9, 2023 was the most recent adoption. That's the one on the website. If we go to definitions, the board is one of the definitions. The board, the legislative branch of Walton County government consisting of 5 elected commissioners. So that's one definition. Definition of employee, an individual employed by the Board of County Commissioners of Walton County, Florida. Full-time employee, an employee who works a normal 40-hour week and is hired for an indefinite period. I read that current definition to exclude commissioners because you are not hired for an indefinite period, nor do you work a 40-hour work week. Again, I think you don't have to get there because I think you're not employed by the board. You are the board. But then it says part-time employee has that same language, and I think that was added in 21, but I'd have to go back and look through some of those. It says works less than 30, but is who is hired for an indefinite period. Again, you are employed technically for a definite period, a 4-year term. So if the question is, can county commissioners apply for this current situation? They can't apply for this. Can the board budget it for board training and otherwise, like you have done in the past? Sure. I mean, I know some of you up here have attended board certifications through FACT. That's certainly appropriate, and that's part of your general allocation, correct, Melissa? And that comes out of a different pot of money altogether. So 2 separate things. This policy only would apply to persons who actually work in the county as a standard W-2 employee.
So he doesn't have to reevaluate this and put commissioners in there because we do not apply to this new, is that what I'm just trying to?
Based on the 2023 adopted policy, if you adopt this change, I find that this would exclude county commissioners. Terry, do you disagree with that based on what we just talked about?
I think you're spot on.
So no, you've got it on the record. I mean, if you want us to specifically add it in, I think it becomes a redundancy, but.
Just wanted an explanation.
And we've had disputes before about when is a county commissioner an employee versus when is a county commissioner not an employee. And even state law and the Attorney General finds it in different scenarios. I think you have to use the definitions you adopted in 23 and read this policy in consistency with it. So until that changes, and the only person who can change it is you, you're covered.
Okay.
I would say if you want to have language, because department director is defined, class is defined, there's certainly additional definitions in here that may apply to some of the terms you're talking about. In an abundance of caution, it may make sense for Terry to come around and talk to each of you to make sure we understand what that is, so we're not spending an inordinate amount of time trying to define what you mean by director level versus a coordinator level, vice versa, so that we can accomplish that. I would note department director is defined, but you don't have the word coordinator in there, and what would that mean? I mean, exempt employee is defined, so we would probably need to consider that. The only reason I say do that is not to delay the entry of this, but be clear, this doesn't have a retroactive application. You can't tell somebody who's already done this and is wrapping it up thinking they had to have 2 years, now they got to have a third. because they already took the benefit of the bargain under your adopted policy. So whenever this goes into effect, it's going to be in effect for everybody who starts after the fact. And candidly, I think that should attach to your budget year, because that's when you're going to decide how much money to put into this, or if you're going to put any money into this kind of program.
With both agreements that you have, the only thing that, the only thing that you're changing is the 2 to 3 years. Everything else is the same.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Gladwin.
based on the county attorney, I'll withdraw my motion and ask Mr. Franksman to come around and explain this.
And I'll withdraw my second.
Okay.
And I'll be glad to come around if we need to, Terry. I can just get with me and we'll schedule time.
I think we could have this on the next agenda.
Assuming we make it around, I think so, yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right, Public Works, tab 28.
Good afternoon, Chair, Commissioners. Scott Caraway with Public Works. Number 28 is request approval to award ITB 2617 for gas and diesel fuel supply to the lowest responsible bidder.
Is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
Motion moved by Commissioner Gladwell, second by Commissioner Johns. Any questions, discussion? Anyone from the public? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Show it carries 5-0.
And number 29 is request to approve and authorize the chair to sign contract 2615 with Liquidity Services Operation doing business as GovDeals for online
Motion
auctioning.
to approve.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Johns, second by Commissioner Gladwell. Are there any questions, discussion? Anyone from the public? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Show it carries 5-0.
Thank you.
All right, we've got,
I'm going to take about a 5-minute break.
yeah, hold on just a second. We had one item taken off of the consent. It was going to fall under Melissa, is that right?
Yes, sir.
You want to address that real quick?
I will. We're going back.
Just an explanation, that's all. That's
Okay, we are going back to number 8. We're amending the budget for unanticipated revenues that have been received by the sheriff's office this year. The majority of those are going to be insurance proceeds that they have received. There's a little bit of Shelco capital credits, a little bit of auction proceeds. It's things that they have already received that need to be amended into the budget, like the insurance. They've received that insurance payment, but they're having to pay the bill on the vehicle repair. That's most of what these items are.
Motion to approve.
second.
Are there any questions, discussion? Anyone from the public? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Show it carries 5-0. When we come back, let's take a short break. We'll recess till 2:30. When we come back, we'll go back to tab 23, Mr. J.J. Harris. So we'll stand in Let's gather back up and move to item 23. Mr. Harris, J.J. Harris, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Commissioners. Brad, Mike, appreciate all the staff and the support since I've been here. So I've been on board since 1st of April, and I see a lot of good things happening in the county. And I appreciate the Commissioner's support. I understand we've got a lot of work ahead of us, but it's going to be a partnership that's going to be beneficial. And just so you know, over the last year, even though we may not have had a director, there was still a lot of work going on behind the scenes. And what I mean by that is if you look at Highway 83A and Highway 20, the light improvement intersection down in Freeport, that is complete. That is a safety signalized intersection. David Underwood and the team, the whole team, got that light started and implemented. Plus, which is very beneficial, is we've received $243,000 in reimbursements that went back to the county, and Dave finished up the last reimbursement request for another $587,000, for a total of $830,000 coming back to the county for just one defense industry grant. And the announcement came out yesterday. That program is opening back up again, and we've got another few projects that we want to look at. So in our planning process, we have to plan 2 and 3 years out. So our funding requests should look similar to that. And what I mean by that is in 2004, when they started planning that project, it took 2004 to plan, 2005 to engineer, 2006 to finish it up. So we have to think in economic development in infrastructure terms, grant terms, funding terms at 3 to 5 years in our planning process. So we're looking at our strategic plan as well. So again, there's a lot of good things going on. I want to talk about the Farmers Co-op, the Harvest Hub that they've been working on as well, agritourism, supporting our farmers and that. That is a program that's kicked off. It's in beta mode, and that's going to be seeing farm fresh products to our homes and institutions. You'll be able to order online. I've got some more information. We'll do a separate presentation on that, maybe a workshop. I understand my time is limited, and so is yours. So also want to talk about what the EDA is doing and what our target industries are, because that has to be a big concern. We match our target industries to what incentives are available through the state. Now, that being said, those target industries are only going to benefit us if we have a cluster or a group that represents the education workforce that is available to that. That being said, aerospace and engineering, defense contracting, medical device manufacturing, medical and healthcare, metal fabrication, agriculture and forestry, tourism, construction, retail, and quality of life. Those are the industries that are going to be most beneficial to us in Walton County. I don't care if you're in the city or out in the county, it's all going to benefit us as a whole. Now, how do we do that? What is economic development? We have to match the labor demands with the companies that are hiring. So we have to work with our schools. That's why you see a public partnership that's so beneficial. If this were an in-house economic development organization, you wouldn't have that public or that private partnership out there with education and workforce and your employers to getting the real feedback of what's needed. We wouldn't know that we need 100 CNAs that are coming out of school. We wouldn't know how to match the labor demands with Career Source. So it's important to have this public-private partnership. We have 1/3 of our board is private entities that come together. We want to expand that. We don't want this burden created just on or carried by the county. We want to expand the workforce participation. We want to expand our investors, and we want it representative of the county. We're only going to do that through a successful partnership with you. You are the one leg of the three-legged stool that makes this economic development engine run. So we want a good partnership, a working partnership, where you're understood, the citizens are heard, and we recruit the businesses that's going to be beneficial to our area. With that, I'll open it up to any questions you may have.
Do we have any questions? You recognize?
I have a few, and I would be irresponsible without asking them. Do you know how much land that we have left with the Woodlawn Industrial Park?
Developable, we have somewhere between 40 and 79 acres. Depends on how you lay out buildings, where your roads go, and how much money you want to put into infrastructure.
And what's the estimated, I'm not going to hold you to it, what's an estimated value of that land?
Again, that would depend. I would say that the pricing of that land would be beneficial, more beneficial and cost, a lower cost if you bring in higher jobs. If you only had one or two jobs, say an engineering company that wanted to build a little firm or a production plant that employed 100 people, I think our board would look at pricing that land differently.
You think there's enough land to get 1.6 million out of it?
I do believe so, sir. Yes, sir.
This is the reason I'm asking. We went into an agreement and we loaned the EDA 2.3 million in November of 2019. There's currently 1.6 left on the principal. 663 has been paid back from land sales, with $75,000 left in interest owed. So this is my concern, and I've had this concern ever since I brought this up. Are we going to what are we looking like on losing on this deal? And then the second part of this question is we continue to donate or contribute to the EDA at the click of anywhere from, I don't know what the last payment was. I don't think you guys have come before the board since December of 25 to ask for any kind of funding, like $400,000. We'll just round off the numbers. So as an investor, my questions are basically, what have you done for me lately? Where's the jobs? How much money am I going to lose on this land deal? And how long do I expect to lose money on this land deal? As far as I know, since I brought this up probably last year, we have not moved forward whatsoever on anything in Woodlawn. I know I tried to get the asphalt plant up there that was going into Freeport, but found out that we didn't have three-phase or natural gas to any of the lots back there. So if we're a heavy industrial park, why don't we have heavy industrial connections? Has that changed? Do we now have connections at those lots? So I know that's a lot of questions, but I just want to.
Commissioner, let me assure you, you won't lose money on land. And any time you make improvements to land, it's an investment. You're investing in your future. You will get a return, and I'll make sure you get a return on that investment.
But from 2019 to current, you've sold enough land to pay us back $663,000 out of $2.3 million. That's what, 7 years, and it looks like from the interest we haven't gotten any ROI on that loan. Well, unless you want to consider the 93 jobs that have been produced in that industry or that industrial zone.
It's a good start. So we'll keep working it. So I can't speak to what's happened in the past, but what I can speak to is I know real estate and I know business. That is more a commercial park than it is a heavy industrial park. Commercial rates sell at a greater amount than industrial park land. It does need improvements, but your skill in negotiating deals can include putting a business at the back that extends your infrastructure to the front. You give a lower rate to someone who invests, put them at the farthest back of the park, they pay for the infrastructure.
And all 40 of those acres are usable for industry? There's no wetlands, there's no...
So there's a lot of land out there that is wetlands, and it will take some improvement. And when you see my budget request, it'll reflect us making improvements and being able to market that property.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry.
And if I can add to that, I'll be happy to meet any of the board out there at any time. We'll walk the land, look the land over, find ways, because it does need improvements, and any of your ideas and suggestions I'd be open to.
We're on shaky ground. I mean, we have the property tax coming, and, I'm trying to stop the bleeding, in some of these places that haven't returned a lot of what we thought we would get. So, I mean, do we weigh, okay, well, I appreciate you from Indiana. We've already talked. I appreciate you. But we've heard the dance before. I just don't want to continue that dance when the music stopped. So.
Understood. Yes, ma'am.
How much of that land is buildable? I mean, I understand that you can probably right now, as it stands, how much of that? Sorry about that. As it stands right now, how much of that land is buildable?
I would say adjacent to a road without, you're saying no infrastructure at all, just build what you can build out. You can get several parcels off the roads right now that are already built. You can get some on the back, but again, if you want to leverage as much of your resource as possible, you're going to do some improvements to get some businesses pushed to the farther back or to the side.
I understand, but I think what our point is too is that we did loan that money, and I know this is way before your time, but we did loan that money way back when. And so to get the little amount back that we have received back with all the sales that they have had, so what would you do differently to ensure that we were paid back the 1.6 that you all owe us still?
So it is a partnership, and it was a grant match. My understanding, it was grant match leverage for the EDA funding that went to that. So it was leverage. But my goal would be to market that as commercial property, get the signage, get it cleaned up, because it has become a dumping ground. People have been dumping tires out there and mattresses and trash, so I got to start over. We've had some significant rains and water, so things have washed out. So we do have to do improvements. Just like if you were going to market your home or any of your own business property, you got to maintain it. You got to mow, you got to do the things that need. So my emphasis is going to be clean it up, put some signage up there, market it as commercial property, commercial/business, because you can have a business park, which supports manufacturing and light industrial, just like the drone manufacturer that's out there now, just like the truss manufacturer that's out there now. So we can target industries like that that are more commercial retail and move that along a little quicker. And I can guarantee you, as we make sales, I will bring it to the board's attention, the EDA board's attention, that you guys do expect a return, a cut, so to speak, of every sale in the future, to put that as a priority to get you paid back.
But on top of that, what we really want to do is bring jobs to Walton County.
Absolutely.
I mean, that's the biggest thing that we want to do. And we have been not very successful in bringing a lot of jobs. We see them in Okaloosa County and Bay County. They've got a lot of big things going on, and I don't really know why we're not able to kind of capture some of that.
So let me say this. 90% of all growth is going to be in your existing businesses. Those large businesses that locate where they've put millions and millions of dollars, I mean, tens of millions of dollars into infrastructure 20 years ago, you'll see some of the projects kick off. And Shoals River Park is just like the one that you're talking about, right, referencing Williams. So I went back and I pulled the numbers. If you get one of those large projects, it's like winning the Super Bowl. And I know you hear that. And hey, we'd love to have 100 jobs, 1,000 jobs come in. But I'd much rather have 10 local businesses that employed 10 people than one out-of-state company that came in one day, hired 100 people, and left the next week, leaving you with holding the bag. So I think we need to look at growing our small businesses, supporting our businesses that here. You take care of your existing businesses. They're the one that you're going to grow with. They're the one that are apt to stay because they already live here. They're going to hire here. They're going to invest here. They're the ones that support your ball teams, your travel clubs. So that's going to be my focus. But I did go back and I pulled the numbers from 2004 till now. There's over 440 jobs that have been added to the payroll numbers. And we pull these payroll numbers as a tracking through those who pay, businesses that pay employees unemployment tax. So that's how you track it through the Fed. We can pull data from a lot of sources. And I know a lot of people like ribbon cuttings. They like ribbon cuttings. I understand that, the new business coming in. And we have some, I'm going to say some significant leads coming up for new retail businesses, medical office type that I can't go into because they're not done deals. And that's the hard part about this job. I want to be as transparent as possible all the time, especially with you commissioners, as investors and the public as possible. No real estate deal is done until it's done. Final day of closing, money changes hands. And I'll say this, if you have a public company, a publicly traded company that may have union representation or is working on a deal, and if we get in front of that deal as a community, we expose that deal, that could be considered insider trading. And I know that doesn't, everybody likes to know all the details. It could be considered insider trading. It could hurt union negotiations, labor relations. You don't want to be that community that has blown a deal from the state or a national perspective. You don't want to be. Because, I mean, you want to talk about grant funding drying up, you want to talk about leads drying up. We have to be open and as transparent as possible as we can with everybody. We try to be. Sometimes we can't. Sometimes we don't even know the client who may be calling. Hey, we got a lead from Northwest Florida. We got a lead from Commerce. Okay, who is it? We don't know the company, but they're looking for 20 to 30 acres. And it needs this much water, it needs rail, or it needs air. We've been successful in a couple, because of Defuniak Springs investment in the airport, we've had more interest in airport support services wanting to locate here. Now, again, they're going to shut down the airport for a little while and start working on the runway to support stuff, but that still gives that investment. You're investing in yourself as a community. That raises the bar. That's only going to help us out. And with the commission's support that, hey, we're unified, we're going to go out after these target industries. There might be others out there that are looking that we may not want. We're not going to discuss them. We don't need that negativity. We're going to be a business-friendly county that's going to respect what our citizens' wishes are because we live and work here. And that's the industry we want to target.
Can I ask what your current account balance is? Last time I asked, it was somewhere around north of $800,000.
719,000.
I think it's about 719, but now remember, we have to have a grant revolving fund. We pay bills out of that and then come back. So we keep about 400 in a reserve account into different accounts. So that adds to that bottom line.
And your ask today is, what is the amount?
So my ask today is basically, as you pointed out, we hadn't been here and did our request since October. So those 3 quarters, we're doing our financials. We're getting our taxes done. We're doing our audit stuff. So we'll submit our financials after this meeting and then request those 3-quarter payments.
Is it 421? Does that sound right? 421,000?
So for the future budget, so for the October budget, I'm going to ask for 422, approximately 422, 105,000 a quarter.
And Commissioners, I do want to remind you, last year's request was $421,841. Per board request, we decreased that by $150,000, so the final agreement was for $271,841. Request today would be for 3/4 of that, so $203,881, and your contract needs acceptance of today's report to be able to combine that with the financials and pay those funds.
So 203,881?
881 for the first 3 quarters.
And if you'll see in that future budget request, I've outlined where every dollar goes, every investment's going to be made, signage, geotechnical, listing the Woodlawn sites on the site readiness through the Site Selectors Guild, having the engineering and geotech done so that we can move those properties along. We have to do those investments.
Are we still first in, or whatever you want to call that, FIFO, first in, first out? Do you go through all the county and the municipality funding before you get into the private? Do you use our money first? That was expressed at least once or twice in the past.
So
and our money is used first through the EDA, not as a conglomerate, as prorated. You use our money first, taxpayer money first.
Well, I can say that hasn't been the case because we haven't been here for a request since October, so.
Well, not during yours. I just wanted to know if that was still in process.
It really, I don't know how to answer that, Commissioner, because.
If I give you $5 and Commissioner Gladwell gives you $2, he's private, I'm counting.
I'm going to invest it.
First?
I'm going to invest it.
Yeah, but are you going to use my money first or his money first?
It's going to be mixed together and we're going to leverage it. I mean,
Because that was different. That's a different answer than I got before.
Well, yeah, I'm not saying people weren't disingenuous, but that's the way I spend money. I'm going to go out to all my sources. So let me say this, the budget that I've presented you, I've approved had approved by my WEDA board. Now, if something changes in that budget, I may have to adjust those numbers up or down. So my goal is if I've got stability with the county, if I've got buy-in from the county, I can go out and say, We are working with the county commissioners. We have a unified plan. We're going to move forward on Woodlawn. We're going to make these investments, and we're going to pay the county back in as rapidly as possible as we can.
And I may have misspoke. I apologize. Nobody told me that face-to-face. I believe that was brought up in a EDA meeting, a board meeting, and the presenter stated that at the time. So I apologize. Nothing was told to me directly, but it was mentioned, I believe, in an EDA meeting. That's why I'm asking you now. Is that still the process? Or, like you said, is it all mixed now? We share and share alike, or let's use the county taxpayer money first?
So as I broke down, and I can share that budget later on, as I broke down, every dollar that we have, including what's in the savings account, so to speak, has a placeholder and will be used. Just as you zero balance budget, for the county, you don't want to raise the tax rate. Well, that's my base, and I'm going to spend no more than that. And at the end of the year, I think there's like an $18,000 reserve. Now, granted that grant fund will be funded, that reimbursement keep rolling over, but it's going to have a dollar amount assigned. The dollars are assigned to a specific project or expense item. You can see, it's very transparent.
Motion to approve the report.
Second.
So we have a motion to approve and second by Commissioner Gladwell, second by Commissioner Johns. Are there any additional questions, comments, general public? Todd? Anyone else?
Thank you, Mr. Harris.
Yeah, thank you very much. That was very informative.
Todd Rowar. Just one second. I've lost my voice, so I apologize. So I talked to you guys, it's been several months ago. I've been out of the country for most of the last 6 months, so I know it's been several months ago. I talked about your number one resource around EDA, economic development, staring right in your face. You have 90,000 residents. If you look on the south end, I don't know how many people actually live on the south end. If you look on the south end, you have professional athletes, you have CEOs, CFOs, COOs, you have entrepreneurs, you have billionaires, you have millionaires. Your biggest resource is those people. Those people have connections. I'm one person. I sent one email to my connection across my LinkedIn profile of 3,000 people. I sent that same email in the form of a Facebook post across 3 to 4 of the local Facebook, the 38 owners page, the renters page, and a couple other pages. I received 40 hits. I received 3 calls directly from CEOs, administrative assistants for Fortune 500 companies. I received 2 personal invites to fly to Chicago and to New York upon my return from the Dominican Republic. While I was in the Dominican, and that was scheduled for me to go to those trips as a meet and greet and explain, the wonders of where we live in paradise. When I was in the Dominican Republic, I was attacked by this board. I called those administrative assistants and cut off all ties and told them I couldn't attach my name. But I'm here to say your biggest resource, and I don't really fully understand what the gentleman was just asking for as far as money, but your biggest resource is staring you right in the face. You have professional athletes galore, you have money galore, you have CEOs, you have people that want to move here, you have California, you have Washington, you have Minnesota, you have Virginia, you have New York. And they're all moving to Florida, Texas, Tennessee. I don't believe that they are considering Florida. Most of us refer to where we live as Lower Alabama. I think when I think of Florida, they think of Miami, Tampa, Clearwater, Jacksonville. They don't really think of Walton County and the things that we have that would bring people down here. And that's the response that I got when I sent I'm one person with a few contacts, and I sent it out. That's the response I got from one person. Thank you.
Kate Holland from Horsepower Pavilion. So the gentleman who just spoke has a huge undertaking because we've as it's blatant, we've all lost trust in the EDA. I moved here from the other side of the world to set up business, and the EDA have stated and made comments about my business that they hope and pray I go bankrupt and lose everything. Not the poor gentleman that's just had to give you all that data based on stuff he's had nothing to do with. So as a community that I'm massively involved in, the only way we're going to create jobs is if we all stand together. And we're growing so fast that people like me are coming from all over the world. So I think we regroup, draw a line in the sand and start over, because it's ridiculous.
Barbara Morano. I had the opportunity to attend a meeting last week at the EDA, and I was very pleased with the invitation. I was just there as a citizen because I know there was a lot of concern about EDA for these past number of years. We have a new executive director. We need to give him a chance. There's no denying that I had some difficulties with the previous executive director, who only talked about homes and getting a Home Depot in Walton County. This man is different. He's already attended one of our strategic meetings that we had. I listened, and Commissioner Glidewell was there and Commissioner Anderson was there. So you saw exactly what was happening in communication. We had Todd Jackson as the chairman of the EDA. Now, I have trouble with the words wonderful Walton EDA. I have trouble with email that says wonderful Walton because there's nothing economic in there. Maybe they'll change that. They were given a piece of property years ago by different directors, so we're also putting a lot of pressure on this particular man to hurry up and turn that around, where for years nothing has happened. I looked at their target businesses. It's aerospace, it's engineering, defense contracting, medical device manufacturing. You have a PowerPoint. Not only did I send it, I think he sent it to you about what they hope to do. So I want to give this group 110% of our backing, and let's work together and let's get some great economic development that's not necessarily sound like a nursery school when we talk about wonderful Walton. Thank you.
Ms. Morano. It's okay, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Morano, and you and I talked briefly after the meeting, but one of the things that impressed me specifically for North Walton was their farm program. Mm-hmm. And if you take time, sit down and talk to JJ and the board, and you'll see the things they've got in mind doing to help farmers is just never seen anything like it. So I agree with you. I think we're headed in the right direction, and I think we need to help these guys every way we can.
Thank you. Barbara, I agree with you too on a lot of your points. I too don't care for the wonderful Walton. I think it's very childish, and I'd like to see a change there. And I'm a member on the Defense Strategic Initiative Board, and when I brought the fact up that we have a new EDA head, they had already met with him. I was very impressed to hear a month ago, I don't think he'd been here very long at all, when he'd already met with them. So I thought that was very interesting, and I have a lot of hope, and I think that he might be able to steer us in the right direction, and I agree we should give him an opportunity.
Thank you, Commissioner. And again, when I attended the meeting, Williams International is a big company that just moved into Okaloosa. And Todd Jackson turned to the whole group and said, why did we lose them? What happened? So those are the kinds of thinking, that's the kinds of questions that are coming out. And I believe there's a strong team there and a strong corporate membership. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Morano. Who's next? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, nay.
Nay.
Show the motion carries 4-1 with Commissioner Curry in the dissent. All right, let's go to public hearing, tab 30.
May I have a motion to open the public hearing, Mr.
Motion
Chairman?
to open the public hearing.
Moved by Commissioner Gladwell, second by Commissioner Johns. Show we're in the public hearing with no objections.
Mr. Chairman, the first item is to request the board to consider an ordinance on an emergency basis prohibiting data centers. I have provided an ordinance in your packet. I will note a few things for the record. We have Chapter 2026-65 of the laws of Florida, which was Senate Bill 484. Goes into effect July 1. This is our bridge through that date. If we take longer than first meeting in July to put additional regulations or implementations in place, so be it. You have a actual permanent solution banning data centers. That's what you asked for. That's what I've delivered. We can do that today. We don't have to worry about a temporary moratorium. We don't have to worry about changes in the statute. We don't have to worry about regulations or applications being brought in the interim. What I have done is I have placed this under your resource protection standards. I would note that is consistent with the Planning Department's view of the Comprehensive Plan and Land Development Code. Mr. Shawn, I believe, is present, but I will speak and he'll jump up, and there's Stephen waving his hand. He'll correct me if I'm wrong, that there is no specific part of the Land Development Code that expressly allows or disallows data centers right now. So therefore, you'd have to read in between the lines of where it is most consistent. So what we've done, based on it not being anywhere, is provide what we consider a clarification and interpretation of your existing code. This is not a new, more restrictive interpretation that would run afoul of 180. It would certainly be consistent with 2026-65. I say that because 2026-65 deals with two issues. It talks about large load customers. Those are the 50 megawatt, the large scale plants, the hyperscale plants, the ones that are the biggest concerns. But it also deals with data centers. And I want to take a moment because I know I've talked to each of you and I know there's been a lot of discussion about, well, what about smaller data centers? That's something we're going to need to take a little bit more time to look at. I want to be very clear because the statute treats them very differently. But there is a definition for just data center in 2026-65. And notably, it's going to be inserted into Chapter 373.203, which deals with water protection standards. Hope everybody understands the connection I'm now making to our resource protection standard of the LDC and our comp plan. Data center is defined as a facility that primarily contains electronic equipment used to process, store, and transmit digital information, which may be a freestanding structure or a facility within a larger structure which uses environmental equipment to maintain proper conditions. Note, that does not require a certain amount of megawattage. That is a very broad definition, and that is the definition we are importing into this ordinance by the way it has been written. So this ordinance gives you exactly what you've asked for. If you do adopt this ordinance, I will ask that it be defined as an emergency basis, given the emergency imperative nature of what this could do if one was approved prior to the July 1 deadline set by Florida statute for the effective date of 26-65 and the draw on our national resources, which we know we've seen drought issues. We know our ag lands in the north part of the county have already experienced issues with ag. We know the Florida aquifer is a protected resource and one that consumptive use permits have gotten tighter and tighter over the past decade. With all of that being said, I will note that I included for you in your consideration, because this was being presented as an emergency, a separate section dealing with county-owned and operated development exempted. Why? Not because I believe you're going to build a 50 megawatt site, but because it is important to consider that the United States government over the past 2.5 years has taken a number of positions dealing with both data localization, data sovereignty, and data residency. Now, the most notable of those are the recent 2026 languages from executive orders issued by the current presidential administration, wherein President Trump has directed all of our diplomats in foreign nations to fight what is known as data naturalization or data residency requirements that require data to be housed, governed, and completely confined within the location of foreign entities. They believe that's a restraint on trade and a restraint on what we as the United States view our role in information technology to be. At the same time, We have strengthened a variety of federal regulations that have gone into effect and have been put into effect for many years, including FRAMP, which is effectively what we're dealing with there is your risk and authorization management program put on by a variety of federal entities, which talk about how you're required to maintain your federal data. Now, that is applicable to state law as well because you have GovRAMP and other similar programs that the state of Florida and other IT security gets into. Why is this here? Are we doing it now? No. Do I think you're going to do it anytime soon? No. But I would be remiss if you're asking me to give you an ordinance that could stay on the books forever, even if you don't go make further tweaks, even if you don't say, well, we'll let a small-scale data center go over here if there's adequate buffer, it's not near people, they have to do cautions. If you want a forever ban, I want that there, but if we're then directed by the state of Florida or the federal government that we have to house all of our information technology on site, especially if it pertains to law enforcement or anything that falls under Homeland Security issues, well, now all of a sudden you don't have an exemption to allow you to do that. Because as I said, a data center is not just the big boys. It can be any data center. So that's why I presented it. But I want you to understand right now, before you vote, if you don't want to get into that and don't want to ever think about owning or operating your own data center, you can strike that. That's why it's presented. You can remove that section and adopt this on an emergency basis without violating any provision of Florida law and let you go ahead and adopt it. But if you'd have come back and said, well, we want to add an exemption in case we need one, I couldn't have let you adopt it today. So my goal was to give you something to adopt today. So understand, no pride of authorship there at all. Under 4.10.02 of the proposed ordinance, you can delete that whole section if you don't want it. I will note that unlike other counties that have just built in a simple, this shall not apply to county-owned and operated facilities, I built in a very, very rigorous process that creates upwards of 5 public hearings that the Board of County Commissioners would have to engage in along with a unanimous vote to even go through the process of creating one of these. I authored all that to make that as rigorous as possible to show the public this board and all future boards would have to not just jump through hoops. They would have a literally burdensome process to go through. But ultimately, the part that you need to be concerned about is 4.10.01, prohibited development. So my request would be to adopt the ordinance on an emergency basis that will require a 2/3 affirmative vote of the board, which in this case translates to all 4 of you. So we actually have to get to 80%, not just 66. There's no way to make the math work otherwise. And I would ask you to direct staff to bring this ordinance back along with any additional refinements that are consistent with guidance we received from the state of Florida post July 1 adoption in one of your July board meetings. I can't promise it'll be your first meeting in July if the state doesn't get us anything because of the 4th of July holiday, but to bring it back at that point in time with any refinements needed to make sure we are consistent with 2665 after it actually goes into effect. But this is, right now, even if you don't make any changes, you've got a complete ban with 4.10.01.
Commissioner Gladwell.
Mr. Atkinson, just to make sure, this is a complete permanent ban on data centers, prohibited totally.
All large load customers, including all data centers. And we applied the definition of large load customer data center as what I read in 2665, so you get them both. And the large load customer is critical because you see this happening in other jurisdictions, and the reason Florida split them, just so everybody's clear, and this is Mr. Griffith's bill out of Bay County. You see them housing a series of small data centers run off one large load customer that's not a power plant, but it's basically its own grid scenario and cooling system, and then they have all their little individual server arrays around it or in adjacent locations. We don't want that either. We don't want one big facility, but we don't want one medium-sized facility that draws 50 megawatts powering 100 of these littered across the community either. This is a total ban.
So, with respect, I don't think we need to allow, I don't think the county government should do anything that we're prohibiting others from doing, and I think we need to keep these out of our county, period. So, Mr. Chairman, I'd make a motion that we approve the ordinance
on an emergency basis.
striking the part that allows the county to do.
Just say 41002.
Strike 41002, and I would make that a motion.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Gladwell, second by Commissioner Johns. Are there any questions?
Yes, I have one.
I do want to be clear, you do want us to bring this back in July after additional guidance from the state for any further refinements. I think that's appropriate just so that we're tracking along with the July 1 effective date. Because this goes into effect today, but the state's law goes into effect after ours.
Commissioner Curry?
I just want to make sure, are we deadlocked that 50 is the number? Because if you take the power that is being used by Defuniak Springs and combine it with Freeport, it's just under 30 megawatts. So what's to say a 49 megawatt? You're saying, because I heard the number, and I heard you say no data centers. So is it no data centers over 50, but you can have data centers under 50, or it's no data centers?
It is neither of those answers. It is no large-scale customers.
Which is 50 megawatts or bigger.
Correct. Therefore, that eliminates what's called large-scale data centers, but there are also no data centers. So you're not allowed either. The statute went to great lengths to define these into two different buckets, large-scale and data centers. We have referenced both. In the ordinance, and I will read directly from the document, the following development shall be prohibited. Large load customers, specifically including all, that word all means all data centers, which does not just limit it to that. But right now, and one of the refinements you may see after July 1 is under 41001, you may have 41001A, sub 1, sub 2, sub 3 in a non-exhaustive list of all large load customers, large scale data centers, and then all data centers, period. We may actually come back and just refine the language once we get some implementation guidance from the state. But I do not believe it prudent to use definitions or to attempt to create a lower threshold from what the state is about to put in July 1, because all you're going to do is undo your own ordinance the moment the state comes in and says, no, we told you what we meant was 50.
So I can't come in here with a 40 megawatt. That's what or 30 megawatt, right?
Somebody can put in a 40 megawatt
data center.
No, they can put in a 40 megawatt building that uses 40 megawatts. They can't put in a data center. Data centers are banned, period, based on this. But can somebody create a large load customer at 40 megawatts that does something else? I don't even begin to know what that would be, to be quite honest with you. But if some industry comes in and wants to pull 40 megs off the grid and they can get the permit for it, this would not affect that. Our goal was data centers. So I have tried to keep us so that when this ordinance is adopted today, it's not eaten up and devoured by a July 1 statute that goes into effect that has contradictory language. If you do that, the legislature is going to come in and say, I'm sorry, your ordinance was invalid because it contradicted us and we set the rules. So I'm trying to marry the two while keeping you almost a month ahead.
Okay.
Additional questions? Anyone from the public? Ms. Leitner? Who's after Ms. Leitner? Anyone else? Two.
Clay, when we spoke earlier, I thought that this was going to ban large load data centers, and then we were going to come back in July with more specific language.
That's what I asked them to do, but it actually bans large load customers and all data centers.
Okay.
It does both. But in terms of refinement, there's going to likely be refinement when you look at the way that legislative act is done. As soon as it goes into effect July 1, direction has been given to the water management districts around the state and DEP to deal with consumptive use permits. I expect we're going to see administrative code regulations that will be put into effect that provide greater guidance on these small-scale data centers. Once we know how the state defines those are the definitions we'll want to make sure we apply and capture those in our bill. Because right now we say all. If we just clarify that all means all of those and we build out the definitions, that's not changing the law, that's clarifying it.
So this isn't going to stop a crypto mining facility if that's the plan?
I believe, I'm going to tell you my reading of the definition of data center in the state statute that I read earlier. A facility that primarily contains electronic equipment used to process, store, and transmit digital information would cover a crypto mining facility.
Okay. And you're certainly the attorney, but everything that I've read, and it's been a lot, says that there has to be a completely separate definition of crypto mining facility. I'm just telling you what I've read.
The state of Florida has, for the first time ever, and it is not into effect until July 1, created a definition of a data center that is an incredibly broad data center and is directly linked to natural resource preservation. I'm not telling you that we're not going to get further guidance through FDEP or otherwise dealing with what a crypto mining operation is separate. If they split them separately, we're going to have to. But I can tell you nowhere in Florida, at least, the state of Florida does not define data center, crypto mining facility or otherwise until this law goes into effect. This is the first definition, and that's what we're working off of.
Okay. Now, if the county has the ability to own a data center.
They don't based on this motion, just to be clear. They just struck all of that.
Oh, you did, y'all.
They just did away with it, so there's
Okay,
now
well,
it's
that's
just
all
a
I've got
straight
to say
ban.
for now then. Thank you.
Who's next?
Hello, good afternoon. All right, so my name is Dr. Renee Carnley, and I am a Walton County rural resident, and I am a technology professional, and I hold a PhD in computer science and engineering. So I spent my entire career working in technology, but I also come from a family that has farmed Walton County for generations. Both my paternal and maternal family go back as Florida pioneers. So many of my relatives still farm this county today, and that is why I can see both sides of this issue. I am not against technology, obviously, and I'm not against data centers, and I'm not against artificial intelligence or data cryptography. My concern is where those facilities are located. Large data centers are industrial facilities. They require significant power, cooling systems, backup generators, and around-the-clock operations. They are very different from the farms, homes, forest, and open spaces that make up much of rural Walton County all over, right? And people choose to live in agricultural and rural residence, right, across our area because they value farming, nature, wildlife, and a quieter way of life. Once farmland is converted to industrial use, it is rarely ever farmland again. I support the effort to protect Walton County before we face the same challenges other communities are facing. However, I encourage the board to focus on what these facilities do, not just what they are called. Technology changes quickly. Today's data center may be called an AI campus, a cloud facility, digital infrastructure hub, or something completely different that's not even known today. So that ordinance that has been written should be written broadly enough to address the actual impacts of these facilities rather than relying on specific industrial label, such as a data center. If facilities of this type are ever allowed in Walton County, I believe that they belong in appropriately zoned industrial or heavy industrial areas, not in agricultural or rural residential communities. This is not a choice between technology and agriculture. We can support both. We can embrace innovation while promoting our farms, our natural resources, property rights, and our rural way of life. So I respectfully ask the board to adopt a clear and enforceable protections that preserve Walton County's agricultural and rural community for future generations. I took the liberty of creating a framework that you can incorporate with your ordinance that kind of provides those protections. I don't know who I could hand these to. You guys can use it over here. And then I thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
We'll be glad to review those and look at them for the July, but you can't adopt them today unless you want to continue this to the next meeting.
Absolutely not. But it's my intent that these things never be built in any part of Walton County, period. I don't want them anywhere.
I just believe we could do both. We can do it, But I'm fine with you banning them in where I live.
And just to be clear, ma'am, we are not, the statute attempts to define data center very broadly, and I've read that definition in. That definition, again, I think you would agree, would cover crypto mining, AI campuses. Again, any facility that contains electronic equipment used to process, store, and transmit digital information is about as broad of a definition as you can create for this. That's why we're starting there, and then we want to refine it. I will be more than happy to. Did you include your contact information on one of these documents?
No, sir, but I can provide it if you'd like to
If
have
you'd be
it.
so glad as to, Melissa, if you'll pass that right there to that podium, write your email on the back of that, and I have no problem reaching out to her once we get this. And just so you know, one of the reasons why we are going to do some of this refinement is the state of Florida has tasked OPAGA, which is the Office of Program Policy Analysis and Governmental Accountability, to do a complete independent study of everything dealing with data centers, specifically large-scale data centers, but it goes beyond just that. Looking at that, we know that's going to be happening for over a year, so we want to be able to be fluid without giving up our ban in that period of time. So I fully expect between today and July 1 of 2027, you're going to see further revisions to tighten the screws on this. Right now, it's an outright ban. I think Mr. Schoen's back there. If you want him to come up there and put it on the record, I think he understands if this passes, this is attached to our comp plan. We're saying that this type of use imposes a hazard and a threat to our resource protection goals. If it is a violation of the comp plan, that means it cannot receive a variance, correct, Stephen? And he just gave me the good to go. So understand, this is a ban outright. We're going to continue to be on the forefront of this issue. We're not going to sit back with a temporary moratoria, wait for someone else to give us the guidance, but we want something into effect today because our concern is we believe very strongly, whether anybody's made application or not, that you may see a rush of people trying to get their foot in the door before that July 1 bill. And I think the places that have simply said we're going to do a temporary moratoria are going to be contending with people challenging their moratoria because they beat the clock. As of right now today, we don't have a data center application. When this is adopted today, they come in tomorrow, we get to say no. That's what we want, but I'll be glad to get with you if you'll put your email on that.
Thank you, because just from my personal, professional experience, I have seen them going in and using wording, right? And you're a lawyer, you know how it works.
Ma'am, in an effort to get to know you better, because this is the first time I think you've been here before us.
Yes, sir.
You described your background as being deeply involved in technology. Could you give us a little example of what kind of work do you do in your involvement with technology?
The biggest involvement that I had with data centers, right, was with AWS's GovCloud. I was the civilian leading the Air Force Special Operations Command their GovCloud, so when we did it back in 2014. So that's when I first started becoming heavily involved in working with data centers and AI facilities, right? AI right now, currently where I work with federal government, right? It's a big push. There's, executive orders and everything else saying that we have to use AI. And so we're looking for ways to make it bigger. So they're important, right? My career depends upon them. I would rather not have them, right, where I live, just because I have seen the environmental damages. I mean, you can Google it and see it. I was trying to find a way we could compromise because we do have industrial parks and everything else. But I'm fine too with them just not even being here. Let them go next door, right? So.
Thank you.
You're
I
welcome.
think they call that NIMBY, not in my backyard, but I am one, I guess.
Anyone else?
To put your
What's your name? State your name.
Yeah, Henry Lynn Phillips. I live in Freeport. To put your mind at ease on the power issue, the current delivery time on a gas turbine is 3 to 5 years. So if you want to jumpstart economic development, talk to GE or Siemens and say, build a plant to build gas turbines, because gas turbines are impossible to get now. Again, I live in Walton County. I'm an environmental engineer. I have worked on advising citizens and governments on 2 AI programs, data centers, and think of these data centers as a cell phone tower where AT&T and Verizon and T-Mobile all hang their transmission equipment on there. There's usually a basic site infrastructure that's never described as as a data center. It's just, I need 5 million gallons a day of water. What are you going to use it for? I signed a confidentiality agreement. That's literally what happened in Alabama. So what I'm proposing, again, I support the ordinance, but I'm proposing that you add a paragraph in 4.10.00 that requires county employees to advise you, the county commission, if they determine that anything is proprietary or not subject to public disclosure under Florida Title 10, Chapter 119.
In what sense, sir? Because if something's not tied to public disclosure, that's just, once we get it, that just means we don't release it to the public. It doesn't mean the commissioners don't know about it.
But the way I read that clause in the Florida statute is a planning committee could determine on its own that this is subject to confidentiality.
Except it's still prohibited. I mean, it may be subject to confidentiality, and if it is, we can't override state statute. But certainly the board could be advised of it. But all
I'm asking is just to let you know.
But if I add in a reference to 119 in our construction of public statute, that's outside the single subject of this bill. So we're going to have to come back with a new ordinance in another meeting.
Okay, that's fine. I'm just telling you,
I don't believe 119 operates to create the concern you do, because the board is not shielded. The board gets to know everything. It's a matter of whether the county releases that document in response to a request under 119.
Yeah.
So the board members know all those information. So you're not going to have it kept from.
Well, I think he mentioned the NDA, and I think that's part of what my resolution would be, to demagnetize. So,
but that would go to economic development agencies, and that would be your next part of the discussion when we do get to that resolution. What I would say is we can't override Florida statute's ability to create confidentiality if someone requests it. That is a statutory creation.
Right. And again, I don't want to bog down your process, but the one project I was involved in, it was 8 months mature before any public knowledge of it, because of NDAs. Now, of course, that was in Alabama, and NDAs are different in Florida. But
there's a very rigid process for an economic development project to receive confidentiality.
Yeah.
That's truly defined and very detailed, and it cannot come to Walton County. It has to come to the EDA specifically.
Okay.
And that resolution Commissioner Curry's talking about comes up a little later on the agenda, and I think that puts a pretty good bar in place to the EDA advancing a project that's prohibited by Walton County law.
Now, I took the liberty of writing a paragraph that went along with that. If you want it, fine. If you don't, I'll be happy to wait until you make your next revision. Any questions?
You're welcome to submit it to us, and we'll gladly look at the next revision. Again, I'm just telling the board, if you want to adopt something today, this is what's advertised. You're not going to be able to make changes to the substance of this and adopt today.
Thank you for your time. Thank you.
It's me again. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. I support this, but you're looking at the landscape as it exists today, and I would ask you to look at the landscape that exists 2 years from now, maybe less, the way technology moves. I'm in support of what I think Ms. Carnley was trying to describe to you, is we need to keep this off agricultural land. And so what does a farm use? Less than 1 megawatt, okay? Because we know how much Defuniak and we know how much Freeport use. So I would add a subparagraph that said, and in agricultural areas, any project that required more than 2 megawatts, because 2 years from now, the energy efficiency that these people will be able to design or incorporate in their projects, and it won't be called a data center, and it won't be called a storage thing. It'll be called something entirely different, and they will, just like developers come in and look at our land development code and go, oh, well, it doesn't say I can't do this. And so I'm asking you to design this to look at least 2 years down the road and say anything that uses more than 2 megawatts, okay, has to come back to you specifically for approval. No matter what it's called, no matter anything that uses that much power, we don't want on agricultural land. So that's my ask here today, is to put in a subparagraph, 4.002 or whatever, that says any agricultural or any project on agricultural land, zone land, would require, using more than 2 megawatts would require your specific approval. And then that way we get out of the worry about, because what you're doing today solves the problem that exists exactly today, but it does not solve the problem that is going to exist 2 years from now. Thank you.
Anyone else? Anyone behind this gentleman? One more.
I'm Steve Hilliard. We live between Bruce and Red Bay. I want to say thank you. I want to thank you for being proactive. I want to thank you for looking at the seriousness of this issue. Some great ideas have also come up today, which I think you're going to hear more of them as we all get smarter about this. And I've heard you say that you're going to come back after the 1st of July and maybe tighten it up a little bit and think about some other things that you haven't had an opportunity to, to really work through at this point. But I want to say thank you for doing something. Thank you for putting a stop to it. And if nothing else, giving us all time to really think more deeply about this and how we can make sure that we protect the way of life that we've all come to, we've all come here for, or people have grown up for generations here. So thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Sir, yes, ma'am. Could you spell your last name?
Sure. It's Hilliard. And so needless to say, I'd like everybody to vote in favor of it.
We're about to. Mr. Herring?
Good evening, David Herring. A lot of you know me. I've stood up here before the board several times fighting against big technology or big things coming into our county that overtake our landscapes, they overtake our livelihoods, and they do a great effect to things that we don't even know right now what they do. The bill, I have a concern about some of the language and the way it was written. I deal in regulations is all I deal with. So I see loopholes. I see areas that might affect it, like with a solar facility. There was some stuff that happened with it that I don't think played out proper. So the big thing is also the land development code. I know you can't do it right now during the public hearing, but I think staff needs to be directed immediately to go ahead and to develop an LDC code that actually addresses these, because when it goes to the state and the state says, nope, it's only 50 megawatts, now we're going to be back down to these data centers are 35 megawatt. I hope y'all realize that the solar facility that was put in, the 800 acres, only produces 74.5 megawatts. These facilities, that is 1,600 homes a day for a 50 megawatt facility. Is what it produces. 300 gallons of water, or 300,000 gallons of water minimum a day. These closed loop systems, they're not closed loop. There's only a percentage of it that's actually closed loop. Testimony I'm getting is from people that's coming to boards that are experts, just like a couple of the speakers that spoke before me, that's explaining they have this knowledge and they understand it. It's not AI generated. That's what I'm hearing from legislators is, oh, it's AI generated where all this fear mongel's coming from. It's not. It's coming from cattle producers that are within 1 mile of a facility. They haven't had a live-born calf because of the facility put in next to them. So these sounds, these things that's going into our ground from these centers are affecting us beyond than what we know. The solar facility, they had it in the provision to make sure they do a well testing for 5 years. Guess what? This is year 5. So they're done testing any water on that facility to do any type of testing to see what goes into our soil and our drinking waters. But that's, I just want y'all to understand that we're not up here, or I'm not up here as a fear, if you're trying to fearmonger anybody. I'm just trying to tell you facts that I've found and a lot of these other people have found. But I thank you for voting for this. Thank you.
I just, Mr. Chair, just like to say that I agree with you. We, today is not a day to, jump around and wave, declare victory. It's not it's just it's a victory, but it is also a call to be patient, or to be proactive in look and making sure these things are closed up as they occur, and because we learned a lot from that solar farm, and one of the things is to get ahead of it. Second thing is to make sure you got to be proactive in dealing with it forever. There is no declare victory and move on. It's forever.
I understand that. And then with the LDC, with the prior person, I tried to get some things added to the LDC that will protect in our, as long as everybody's treated the same in that land use, then everybody has to go by the rules. And if you make it where they're not wanting to give up that much land, guess what? They're not going to build here.
I agree.
So I just hope the county will really look at directing staff to go ahead and let's get this written, because July 15th, you're probably going to see something else that comes back to you to say that what you did, that's not what House Bill or Senate Bill 484 was directing. And those water use elements that they're talking about, it's at 100,000, then they don't even have to have a public hearing to get some of these permits approved.
Understand, we are not tracking Senate Bill 484's methods of approval. We are using their definitional structure to make sure we are compliant. This is, and I want to repeat for the record, first off, it is in the Land Development Code. So you said you need it in the Land Development Code? That's exactly where it is. It is Appendix C, Land Development Code, Chapter 4, Resource Protection Standards, Section 4.10. That's exactly where we have put this. And it's not by zone. The ordinance as written says this is a complete prohibition applying county-wide across all land use categories and zoning districts. You're finding that necessary to be implemented. It says any development prohibited by this section shall be deemed completely and permanently prohibited. And again, that includes all data centers, which was that very broad definition I read to Ms. Carnley earlier, not just large load customers. Yes, it prohibits large load customers. Yes, it prohibits large scale data centers, but it also prohibits data centers. We are not relying on what 484, which will be embedded and has already been adopted and signed by the governor, is 26-65 laws of Florida. We are not following all of that. That's going to be their policies of approval. But that bill gives local governments the right to enforce its land development code and comprehensive plan. So we're attaching all of this to our resource protection standards that are embedded in the comp plan, and it makes it very clear. Shall be deemed completely and permanently prohibited based upon this section being a direct extension of the comprehensive plan. No variances hereto shall be permitted, nor shall any other method exist to remove the prohibition set forth herein. Plain language. There is not a director's determination, a variance, a loophole, a request, a consideration, an appeal to you, an appeal to the planning board, or anyone else to have one of these done anywhere in the county once you adopt this, because you are finding this type of development is directly contrary to our resource protection standards embedded in the comp plan. As these are not allowed or disallowed right now, this is a clarification of our existing law. If someone came in right now, it is my sincerest hope that Mr. Schoen and planning would apply what I just said. But why take a chance? Go and put it in writing. There it is. Everybody can read it in black and white. They can hand this out. But no, come July 15th, we're not going to come back and change this again to adopt what the legislature said. I've read 2665 in detail. And I can assure you that's not what we want to do. That's what the state has said can be done. We are saying we don't want it at all, but by using their definitions, Mr. Herring, and to the board's question, the reason we're using their definitions and then expanding on some more later is that we want to be clear that just because the state says on July 1 they want to do it, our law was in effect earlier saying we don't allow them at all. That's what grandfathered means. And we've been beat to the punch by the state way too many times. That's why we're doing it this way.
That's what I wanted on public record in this hearing, where you have testimony in this public hearing that tells us and tells anybody that's applying for this that that's what it means, where there's not interpretation to it. So that's what I was trying to get out by these comments, trying to get that information out of you. But I do believe that just as a backup, the LD, I think that you need to have something ready just in case something happens. Thank you for your time.
Ms. Henderson, were you wanting to speak? Was there someone over there that was asking to speak? Yeah, okay.
Hi, my name is Ryan Heimerl, RHYANHEIMERL. I'm a veteran United States Marine Corps. I served in the Gulf War. I also served Operation Iraqi Freedom and Operation Enduring Freedom. During that time, I had a lot of exposure to elements, and 15 years later, I was sick with cancer that intended to take my life. Now, the VA did take accountability for that, and because of them, I'm alive today and can continue to serve my country and speak for those who can no longer speak for themselves. My question to you is, who is accountable if these people do come, these people do come into our county and start hurting people?
We're not letting them.
Who speaks for them?
We're not going to let them.
I'm so thankful to hear what you've had to say today, that I was planning on putting my house up for sale, had this meeting not gone well today. So I thank you from the bottom of my heart, giving me peace of mind. And I thank you from a veteran and all my veteran friends who I represent here today. Thank you.
Thank you for your service.
Ma'am, I think the resolution that's going to come up is going to put the icing on the cake on all this, to be honest with you.
Okay.
So,
thank you. Have a good day.
All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Show it carries 5-0.
Thank you. If the board would be so willing, while we are still in that public hearing, Mr. Chairman, and if Commissioner Curry is so willing, I would request the opportunity to pull item 37, which directly relates to this, was his intention, into this public hearing and adopt it as a companion resolution, if the board is so willing.
And I'll make that motion.
Well, yeah, I don't need a motion. I just need to know if the board's, if the chair's willing to let me do it, I'll go and address it if you are.
No, you go right ahead.
Very simple.
Yeah.
This is a resolution that states that the Walton County Board of County Commissioners acknowledges that we provide funding to multiple persons and entities through various funding agreements. Maybe our not-for-profit funding, maybe interlocals, maybe MOUs, MOAs, et cetera. If we're going to provide funding to these people, we expect that they're going to comply by the law. However, we want to be even more clear that we don't want any entity, TDC, EDA, anybody that we're working with, a not-for-profit, an outreach group, anybody that we put money to, the Chamber of Commerce, if they are going to support, and it's written incredibly broadly, participating in, facilitating, negotiating, advocating for, promoting, assisting, or otherwise supporting the recruitment, development, siting, permitting, expansion, or establishment of a data center in Walton County, that is prohibited. And we're not going to fund you you're subject to giving the money back or having the money clawed back that we funded you because you've gone against the express direction of the Board of County Commissioners. That's what's written. I've included language. Commissioner Curry presented most of those now therefore be resolved at your last meetings. I changed the very, very broad category from the way you had written to any person or entity. That is an all-encompassing term that doesn't allow a loophole. That's why I've changed that. I've added paragraph 4, which you'll see before you, that specifically says this cannot be read to impair lawful commercial trade, activity, or otherwise. In other words, let's say you have an engineering firm on your rotation, and they're a national firm, and they work on a data center in a state where they're allowed. Well, you can't go cancel their contract for that, guys. That's got commerce clause implications. If a professional is doing business and has nothing to do with Walton County, we're not going to penalize them. However, it does make it very clear that, you know, if you're involved in this and that's what you make your bread and butter on and you want to do work with us, your contract might not be subject to renewal because we don't agree with what you're choosing to do, or if we find that you have tried to do something here. So to be clear, this is a situation that is not punitive to anybody right now, but it will be punitive if they step across the line. So the answer is, how do you keep people from bringing it here? Well, if they're going to do business with Walton County, we're not going to allow our public taxpayer dollars to go help somebody bring a data center here. We're banning them, and we're not going to let taxpayer money flow through to anybody that's trying to do that.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Are there any questions, comments? Anyone from the public? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Show it carries 5-0. So that brings us back to do we need to close out?
We need to close the first public hearing at this time.
Motion to close.
Moved by Commissioner Gladwell, second by Commissioner Johns. Show the public hearing closed with no objections.
So I need a motion to open the next public hearing.
Motion to open the second.
Moved by Commissioner Gladwell, second by Commissioner Johns. So the meeting open publicly without objection.
This time, this is second reading, and I'd ask the board for a motion to hold second reading, conduct the public hearing, and adopt the revised Inlet Beach Neighborhood Plan as requested by the developer as well as the neighborhood association that overwhelmingly voted for this change to resolve this issue.
Motion.
Second.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Johns, seconded by Commissioner Gladwell. Are there any questions?
One question. Just want to make sure. Both parties are totally agreed on this.
Over 87% of the neighborhood voted for it, which is well beyond your required standard. Both attorneys worked with me to help draft this. I'm not going to tell you that we all held hands and sang Kumbaya throughout the whole process, but as much as you can get 3 disparate groups to come together on something, we did on this one.
Thank you.
All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Show it passes 5. Did anyone want to speak on the conference?
Yeah, that is a public hearing, just in case. Inlet Beach Neighborhood Plan. Anybody have a comment? Here you go, Mr. Chair.
Show it passes 5-0.
Motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Gladwell, second by Commissioner Johns. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Show the hearing closed, 5-0.
And Madam Clerk, on that first public hearing, please note the ordinance did pass by greater than a 2/3 majority, therefore establishing the emergency basis as part of the motion. And that is all I have for public hearings and myself, Mr. Chair.
Let's take an 11-minute break and reconvene at 4 p.m. We'll stand in recess till Let's take our seats, if we will. Commissioner Curry, you're recognized for tab 32.
Sir. All right, thank you, Chair. I know this kind of coincides with Commissioner Gladwell's. I don't know what he's actually going to do. I just wanted I know we're waiting on the Army Corps for some different things or updates or anything like that when it comes to the beach. So that's just my particular ask. I'm sure Gladwell has something else, but I just wanted to see if you have anything updated with the beach according to the Army Corps.
Yeah, Melinda Gates is going to give us an update on that.
All right, thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Melinda Gates, Fulton County Environmental. Just a quick update on the HSDR project. We do have that cooperative agreement with Army Corps of Engineers. We have about every other week is when we have update meetings with them to kind of provide an update of where they're at with the process. Of course, it's government. It does not move quickly. So
we know.
Prefacing that, so sometimes we go into a meeting and it's like, oh, we're still working on the same thing from 2 weeks ago. So with that being said, over the past year, Army Corps of Engineers has entered into a contract with Seas Engineering and Surveying. And that particular group went out and did surveys along the beach. They started in November of 2025 and just finished up with their topo surveys in April of this year. And they've also finished their hydro surveys, which are all water side surveys, in May. So all of those things are complete at this point, and that data is being presented to the Army Corps of Engineers to take that data and turn it into revised design plans. Excuse me. One other thing that Army Corps has done through this process is they also collected beach sand samples to confirm what type of beach sand we have, so that as they look at the borrow sites and so on forth, to make sure it is compatible. So that is a step that they go through with this process. I have not gotten any analysis associated with that yet, but they did participate in that exercise back in April. For future and next steps associated with this project, we have slated for appraisals that will need to be done on the properties associated with the beach renourishment implementation. Those appraisals will then be, that data associated with it will be put towards the economic analysis that's required for any federally funded project. And then they're also, again, like I mentioned, they're starting the work on revising all the design. So that process is going to be fairly lengthy. They're expecting to submit to the agencies by fall of 2027. So that it will be a little bit longer for actually seeing what that product's going to look like. They are anticipating that the final design would be approximately around May of 2028. So that's kind of where we're at with this project. Again, doesn't move quickly, but we are moving, which is good. I did want to highlight a couple of things that aren't specific to the HSDR, might be something that Commissioner Gladwell was looking for as well, just specifically with beach renourishment.
And before you, while she's up there, I have no problem, Chair, if Commissioner Gladwell wants to take over with his after mine's down on the beach, if he has any other further questions.
We're good.
All right.
Perfect.
Go ahead.
So the thing I wanted to highlight was actually, back in 2025, the state of Florida moved Senate Bill 1622. 1622 helped with the local activities associated with beach renourishment. That does not apply to federally funded operations, but it does help here in the state. One additional step that they've done, and they have signed into law already for this year of 2026, is Senate Bill 302. And what that does is actually highlight the importance for nature-based solutions for a lot of our erosion issues along coastal environments. So that includes things like living shorelines, working with both gray and green armoring for different areas, but it also includes beach renourishment. So what the state's doing is really saying, hey, this is important to the state, and we want to make sure it's done well. So I just wanted to highlight that while I was up here.
Awesome. That's more than I expected. Thank you. So really to see anything, you said fall of 2027 would be one thing that we could look forward to, but then you're looking at, money and project not until 2028?
Correct. And if anything does progress faster, I will definitely provide more updates.
Okay. Thank you, Melinda. I don't have anything.
Linda, what about, my concern about renourishing the beach is the sand.
Yes.
I don't want us to end up with something that's not what we have. So you're saying that they're going to, examine this and make sure, are they going to have, do you have any idea what their process is as far as, are they going to have a leeway that, hey, it looks close enough, or what is?
I will have to look into that. I don't know what the exact science is associated with their analysis. I just know that they've collected samples, and they want to see what's currently on the beach. Obviously, there has been some sand material that's been brought onto the beach, especially like the Miramar area has already had a renourishment area completed, and there's other areas that have as well. I think Seaside had one several years back. So what they do is, as they go along that 26 miles, they are collecting samples to kind of see what does that sand look like, and then compare it to what the Barrows site is that they're utilizing.
Is the Barrows site 3 miles out in the Gulf?
That is the one that they are still currently looking at. Yes, ma'am.
Is that the same area, well, not the same spot, but, in Panama City, didn't they go out and when they brought the sand in, wasn't it full of shells and things like that?
It is, but keep in mind that that's what our marine environment is. We have a lot of invertebrates and other species that live in our marine environment. So as things are pumped, those do come out. But as we saw over in Panama City, they did have a filtration process. So for those who like shells, they got to go and play through piles of shells and collect them. So that was kind of a fun experience for people to be there for, but then it also did not directly put it onto the beach.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yes, ma'am.
Tab 33.
Thank you, Melinda. I know I've brought this up a couple times with the rescue tubes and with the recent, I guess the drowning, potential drownings on our beaches. So I just wanted to see what kind of update we have. I did get, there was 10 access points that did get these tubes. From what I've understanding, I didn't know where these access points were. What are we lined up? Because I think Commissioner Anderson and Commissioner Glidewell was ready to purchase some of these tubes as well back when it was brought up. I just want to know where we're at with all this. Do we have 10, 20? Which accesses are covered, which aren't, all that good stuff.
Sure. So just to give you an update, I did meet with Melissa Ward from the Rotary Club last week. We had a Teams call and kind of went over the logistics. They are in the process of compiling all the materials to actually deliver those to us so that we as beach ops can install those. Those will be going at neighborhood beach accesses, kind of scattered around where we do not have existing tower sites. We work very closely with South Walton Fire District to determine those locations. They also are in the process of obtaining funding for 10 additional safety tubes, and we are working with South Walton Fire District to determine where those 10 locations need to be. It's my understanding they're going to be delivering those to us by the end of next week, and we plan to have them installed by July 4th weekend. We did confirm with FDEP that this would be considered an exempt activity, therefore we do not need to obtain a field permit. So we are in a good position to get them installed as soon as we receive them. She did indicate to me that, they have 10 people that make up their Rotary Club, and so they're working tirelessly to get this done, but they do have limitations.
You said they're working on getting more. Do you know how much more they need? I mean, is it funding? Is it materials? I mean, when you say more, what does that mean?
Yeah, so it's both. It's the actual tubes. As I understand, these are made by a gentleman in Hawaii. So they're not an off-the-shelf kind of product. So it does take time for them to come in once they do order those. But as far as the materials and all those things, they are working to collect those and then obviously have them put together. So when they deliver them to us, we can go out there and install those with ease.
Could you get with me on if they need any, what kind of funding that they might, an additional funding that they need, if they don't even need any? I don't know if they would, I don't know, like to have any help in that area. I mean, could you come back with a number that, hey, we'd like to do 20 more, but it's going to cost us $3,000, $1,000, $1,500, whatever the price is?
Sure. If you don't mind, I'll reach out to Melissa Ward and have her contact you from the Rotary Club, and any way that we can help at Beach Ops, we'll be glad to do that. But they are leading this effort, and be glad to put her in touch with you.
Awesome. Thank you, Josh.
Thank you.
Thank you.
35, I did get with Mike and Mary on this because I did notice some items over the last 19 months that weren't on the tracker sheet, and I think we're in the middle of getting that fixed. Appreciate Mary and Mike for that. But I did want to, and we did have a little discussion on this. I think it would be nice, and we don't need all of the categories like I think I initially asked for with Mary and Mike, but if we could have something posted out there so folks can see where some of these projects are at, maybe 3 categories, like the project directive, maybe the date of last BCC action, and the status. If that's something that we could do, I'd like to see if that's a possibility so the folks can log on and see, hey, I think Commissioner John said something 6 months ago on something. Where are we at with that? Oh, it's finished, or it's in progress, or whatever the case may be. Instead of calling in to everybody and asking all that, I just didn't know if that would be a possibility, or y'all don't want it. So that's my ask or direction.
Did you skip 34?
Oh, no, I did skip 34. I'm sorry. I had a check mark by the wrong one. Is that a possibility for direction or no? Or I guess I could just go ahead and screenshot the tracker and post it out there. I mean, I would rather have something on the BCC level where they could see the 3 categories and see where all these things are at. Because I had to go back through, November of 2024 to see some of these, and I even forgot about some of them, and I found 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 of them. So.
Is there a way to put that document on the county website?
There is. We can abbreviate it like he's asked for, and we'll display it on BCC's webpage.
Perfect. And I'm sorry, I skipped 34, Chair. 34, recently we had a tornado come through Villa Tasso. I was out there right after the tornado did hit, and I've been out there every day since. And my question, and I hope, is Mr. Goldberg still here?
He was a minute.
He was. I got a phone call that Robicon, I believe is the name of the company, through United Way was going to come out there with some heavy equipment, and they were going to help out, and they just, am I right? Is it Robicon?
It's Team Rubicon.
T. Rubicon.
They're nonprofit.
Okay. And correct me if I'm wrong with anything that I'm saying, Jeff. But they were going to come out there basically pro bono through United Way, and the ask was, at the time when you asked me, and great effort on getting this covered, but they just needed a place to shower and have a roof over their head, and I immediately said, well, I have some discretionary funds. Why don't I just, travel right across the Mid-Bay Bridge or on the other side and go there for a couple hotel rooms? Well, I called into finance and all that, and that's not a approved spendage. So I'm trying, I guess my ask is, can we relook at discretionary funds when it comes to emergency situations? Or this is twofold, because I asked Jeff, does he have any kind of money to do something like that? When you have a entity that wants to come over here and do this work for free for our citizens, and I can't spend $150 to put them in a hotel because it's not discretionary. And I don't know what I'm going to spend $58,000 on, because every time I ask to spend it, I can't spend it. So I would like to have something come back and go around to all the commissioners and see on emergency type basis what we can and can't use discretionary when we have a tornado hit on a weekend. I'm not going to wait 2 weeks before we have a BCC meeting to ask if I can put somebody up that's trying to pull a tree off a guy's roof to go get a hotel room and a shower. So that's my ask, direction, to see if we can go around to the commissioners and see if we can relook at the discretionary funds and put some of these emergency type basis on these lines. Is that feasible?
I have a question.
Sure.
Does that interfere with any of the grants or funding that you get for emergency
No, we actually don't get grants for emergencies. That's usually an after-the-fact thing. So, for example, we have a disaster come through. If it meets the FEMA's threshold for public assistance, individual assistance, then we can go ahead and use some of those funding. It's a reimbursement process. We put the money out first, we get reimbursed. One of the issues that we're looking at potentially moving forward is right now our threshold for the state of Florida, for Walton County is about $350,000. State has to get 36 million, has to meet 36 million. FEMA's looking at increasing that. So that's an issue that we're looking at. But locally for this, what we wound up doing, and these were some of the first things that we were looking at was, where can we billet them with our partners. So we were looking at community centers. We were looking at a number of other areas. The school district did say since school was out of session, we can do it at the school. In the meantime, we reached out to Stronghold Solutions, which is on 331. They do special operations, special forces training, but they've got bunking for about 25 people, a kitchen, showers, everything else. We've had a great relationship with them over the past few years, and they were able to put up the folks from Team Rubicon at no charge. So we have an MOU with them. In fact, spoiler alert, that's going to come back at the end of the month for renewal. And so we do a lot of things with them. In the meantime, I know Commissioner Curry was looking at some of those other things. So we were looking at a couple of different ways to kind of tackle this.
And that facility is how many miles from the tornado area?
It was about, I'm not sure how many miles, but it was about 25 to 30 minutes. Which they're used to traveling that far during disasters. They don't normally come out and do small things like this. We were able to reach out to their operations manager for the region and get a team together to come in. They rotated out, I believe today or yesterday. The Baptists are coming in to do some more work as well. So we're continuing more work down there, but they're local.
And I'm currently working on getting some volunteers out there once you guys get the dangerous items off the roofs and those certain situations. So my next ask is, well, I know we had discretionary funds on there where I could get some water and snacks in the office. Why can't I, in this predicament, if I got 10, 15 people out there trying to clean up these people's yards from a church group or from a nonprofit group, whoever, neighbors. Is there a reason why I couldn't get a couple of pizzas and some bottled water to feed them? Or is that going to be a bureaucratic process that will take 6 months?
There is, and I'm going to defer to Clay on part of this. There is actually an ordinance that deals with the purchase of food, and I would have to go back and look at that ordinance and see if it encompasses that. If not, it would be to bring it back to the board and have it encompass those situations. And Clay, correct me if you see an easier way.
I do not see an easier way. My suggestion on this entire discussion is we're not talking about a lot of money in a year. Let's hope we're not, at least. I think we all would hope there's not too many natural disasters or events. But perhaps it's a situation that we create a line item for Mr. Goldberg not to spend, but to request the money from and report to the board to deal with lodging, food expenses, and otherwise for dedicated not-for-profits that assist in cleanup or assistance in our community after natural disasters. Not saying you got to stick a lot of money in there, board, but maybe Melissa finds $20,000, $30,000 to stick in there. That's probably excessive.
Can I take $5,000 out of my discretionary and put it in Goldberg's fund?
At this point, you just passed your discretionary discussion. There's not a fund of that nature. I'm saying it should be created in the future, and it should come equally out of the general fund rather than it's out of any one's bucket, because the point of the commissioner discretionary funds and technically would not be the same use here. And what I don't want is there to be a question about misuse of a discretionary fund, even though it will be otherwise authorized by ordinance. We've seen a few issues flagged by the clerk where an ordinance may allow a commissioner to do something, or allow the county to do something. Commissioner does it, but doesn't to the T follow it. And then they get a notice, hey, that might not be correct. So I don't, without us putting something in place, I don't want to authorize that now without the board taking action to approve it. But to me, the simple solution is rather than making it about any of your discretionary funds, just create a small small fund that is allocated a little bit of money that is at the emergency management director's discretion, provided he lets the board know what he's spending on. And ratify the expenditures on the back end.
So what do we need to do? Just direction at this point?
Do you have a little bit of money somewhere we could find to fund that, Melissa?
We'll look and see if there's some funding that is left in another account, we will move it over.
There you go. So she'll go ahead and take care of that now, and it'll be in your budget.
Didn't we just get $300-something thousand back from the sheriff's department? Or is that already spent?
It's going in a circle. They have turned it back to us, and the action took today is to amend it in the budget so they can get that money back. So yes, it is already spent.
And that's also defined in forfeiture money that's limited and restricted.
And that is correct. It is in a separate fund. It is not general funds.
So this is for you to have discretionary spending, is that correct?
Well, I technically, because I was out there every day, and Mr. Goldberg came to me with this issue, and I automatically went, well, God, we got to get these trees off these people's houses. I mean, hell, I got a county credit card with discretionary funds. Why don't I just get a hotel for a couple of days and let them shower and sleep there? Oh, hell, you would have thought I asked, for the world to come to an end. So I said, well, that ain't going to work. So then he did his due diligence and asked the school. So the guys were going to sleep on the floor, but they would have had a shower. And then he reached out to the other place that had bunks. So then we did. So this was an all deal. I want the next dam, hopefully there's none, but the next storm to come through, that we don't have to have this process.
That's what this would take care of. What we're saying, Melissa will do a budget amendment. That'll allow you some discretion there. Just bring it back to us and we'll ratify it on the back end.
Yeah. So I would absolutely speak with Mr. Kellenberger and Mr. Thornton before any of that would go through, because like I said, a lot of what I try to do is get stuff for free. And that's why we were able to do Stronghold. If it was on the north end of the county, we have an MOU with Tri-County Christian Camp, and we could have put them up there. So because of the location, we had a little bit of challenges, but fortunately we were able to overcome them.
So I get an army of volunteers out there. I just call Mr. Goldberg up and say, hey, I got 20 volunteers out there. They're pretty hungry, been out here 6 days or 6 hours.
You'll have the ability to make expenditures to get them some food.
That's all I needed. Thank you. Do we need direction or no?
You go with the direction?
I have a question. Are you asking for him to be able to spend the money on getting food, or you to be able to get the money?
It was first going to be me, but it seems like that would have been an uphill battle. We would have had to have second hearing or whatever. But
discretionary should be at your discretion, honestly. And if we brought this up, I know we just did this, but it kind of seems a little, ridiculous to tie our hands when you've got something like that you want to do to help the community. So, is this a point in time where we could change our policy?
Well, we purchased. I agree with Commissioner Glidewell's next. I'm going to vote to let him do what he wants with his discretionary funds. But we also put a road in a cemetery. We've done. My predecessor put a PA system in Mossy Head. So, I thought this was right along lines with everything, but evidently it's not.
Commissioner Johns, you can always change your policy. Okay. My recommendation here, though, is that I completely concur with the position discretionary funds are discretionary. The problem is when you have other ordinances, statute, or rules that possibly are triggered or implicated, it may not be us. It may be the clerk that flags it. It may be the auditor who flags it or the inspector general who flags it later. So what I don't want to do is create a situation where, yes, it's within his discretion and he spends it and they say, well, you got hit with sales tax on that. You didn't know there was sales tax on that? You're supposed to have the tax exempt. Well, I was trying to do it in an emergency. And now all of a sudden they disallow the expenditure. They're coming to. So my thought is if the goal here is primarily to let Mr. Goldberg and his crew find out how to help these people, give them a place to stay, give them food. If they're helping our residents, our county, let's create it as a fund that puts it under his discretion and authority. And then none of you have to worry about pulling out of your discretionary funds that are much more akin to your office operations than they are to this kind of purpose. And there's no question, you don't have to hunt me down in the middle of an emergency, Brian down, and Melissa down. You're not looking for 3 approvals. We're trying to find the clerk when what we really need is to get 5 pizzas out there to let a bunch of people eat.
Well, I was out there every day except for today. And the people out there were just humping their tails off. So, I felt kind of embarrassed that I can't go get them something to eat or drink or whatever. So, I don't know. I wanted to use the discretionary funds, but if it's going to be an act of Congress, then I'll go with the,
Why would that
Jeff
be an act
Goldberg.
of Congress if he wants to buy some people that are working, to clean up?
Because again, you have ordinances that prohibit the use of money for certain things. You have ordinances that,
If it's a limited amount of money that has been assigned to each of us and it's discretionary spending,
that's one thing, and then you have ordinances that oversee all of it. And then
so
you
we
have-
need to change the term from discretionary to something else, because discretionary defined doesn't, I don't.
Well, you can't go right, let me, Commissioner.
And I get it, I get where you're going, you're getting ready to go, I get it.
Well, I mean, you can't just go write a check to, just because it's discretionary doesn't mean you can go write a check to somebody's political campaign, because that's prohibited by state law. My point being, we have overlapping laws that create conflicts. You couldn't go, well, it's discretionary money, so I'm going to go pay for my prescriptions, but I'm on the county's insurance. What I'm trying to get at here is, because we have these overlapping laws, the problem he's running into is not that we wouldn't be able to get him to a point where he could do it, is that we're going to have to jump through 3 or 4 hoops to make sure the clerk doesn't come back and say he needs to pay every one of those dollars back because it was a violation of the law, or it comes up in an audit again. So if the goal is to get somebody pizzas quick, discretionary funds isn't the path. It's what we're proposing with Mr. Goldberg by creating a budgeted category. Now, that's one thing. Now, I want to then take up the second question, which I think is what y'all are also talking about and related. If what you want is to create a true discretionary pot of money for the commissioners, we need to revisit that policy we just adopted. And that's fine. We can revisit the policy you just adopted 2 meetings ago, sitting right here, and we can look back at what's allowable there or not. Or that's up to you. But if the goal was to fast track this, the method of the discretionary funds or the P card is not the fastest method. That's all I think any of us are trying to say. It's not that we don't want to let you use your money, it's that that's not going to allow them just to go out there and buy guys McDonald's hamburgers or pizza.
Mr. Atkinson, also, if I might add, what this could also do is it helps with FEMA tracking. So we initially don't know if we're going to get declared for anything. So coming out of a dedicated account for emergency use or an emergency fund or whatever it's called, all of those expenditures go to that. So then if we look like we're going to be exceeding that, we can, correct me if I'm wrong, we can continue to use that as our disaster line item, and which is going to actually aid us in FEMA reimbursement.
Correct.
As opposed to going to individual P cards and having Donna collect that for admin, getting it to Wanye for reimbursement. We've all got it together.
Whatever's best.
I would just like to say, if the goal is to help the people, then the solution is for Mr. Goldberg to have that spending authority. If this is taxpayer money, this is not our money, and Mr. Goldberg is the emergency management director. He should be in charge of emergency management. And
Well, I wasn't going to buy Samoyeds pizza. I was going to buy citizens of Walton County food and water for helping the citizens of Walton County that were in a storm.
Mr. Curry, with all due respect, I've held my tongue, but that's the role of you as an individual. If Dan Curry, individual, feels compelled to be charitable, then you have the right and the ability and the freedoms afforded to you to reach out to your contacts, your friends, private industry, private charities, your wife, yourself, your family, and ask for those people to be charitable in those moments. There are churches that are available. There are people that do this. We all want to help each other. I mean, we all want to do things for the benefit to help mankind, to help our citizens, to our neighbors. But the government can't be involved in every decision-making process. You have to ask yourself, what is the public benefit to the person that lives in Darlington, to the person that lives in Gaskin, to the person that lives in Argyle? By doing this, I mean, this is a function of charity. So we're really getting off into a different discussion, and it's so oftentimes easy to do, because if you have a heart to give and you see people that are in need, you want to respond, but you don't. The tendency for so many years has been to just ask the government to resolve this, and we got to get out of this cycle. So I'm hopeful that there are mechanisms. I mean, Mr. Goldberg, you immediately reached out to Stronghold.
Right.
No, I understand that, but there's a great divide on this issue in our nation on what the roles and responsibilities of the government are and how limited or how expressed that they should be. And that's what this conversation has turned into. I mean, thank God that there are people that have a heart, that want to be charitable, that I know that if there was a circumstance that occurred, there are a dozen people I could call immediately and say, hey, here's what happened. I'd like to have your help. And I guarantee you all 12 of those people would say, I'm in for however. That's where the matrix should begin. It's not, let's create, an extended arm of government to provide benevolence, in case of, where does it stop? Does it stop when it's a natural disaster? What if somebody's in the hospital and they have bills that they can't pay? Then does the government get involved? County government get involved? Does local government get involved? To what extent is the involvement in government based on whatever the circumstances are? The variables are unlimited. So I've tried to be respectful, but we're getting into that national debate that's taking place this time. We're in that season where people are discussing what the responsibilities and the roles of national, state, and local governments should look like. And we're how many $1 trillion in debt right now, Clay? I mean, we're 34 trillion, and it's because that there are people that are in places to make decisions are not making the difficult decisions to show restraint, and that's why if we want to fight for lowering the cost of goods and services, you have to reduce the inflationary pressures. In order to reduce the inflationary pressures, you have to shrink the money supply. But if the government continues to act in a way where you don't shrink the money supply, you don't reduce the inflationary pressures, and then people wonder why it still costs $1 zillion to buy a hamburger or a steak or what. It's because government is not showing restraint. And so I know I've kind of taken this to a stretch here, but we have to be able to demonstrate, even at the smallest level, that we have to stay within our role as government officials. We have to be careful how we treat tax monies, and I think we're just getting into a dangerous tendency to want to fix everybody's problems, or to make everybody's life happy by just reaching to the purse of the government, and that's not our role.
So how many nonprofits have we okayed, like the cats up here? Well, that's $7,500 to neuter domestic cats. How many nonprofits did we did for? Oh, I know it's a benefit. It's a benefit to feed people that's helping citizens of this county too. I get this budget season is going to be great because I'm going to hit record and play on everything that you just said, Chair, because when these items come back up, I'm just going to hit play. I'm going to say, hey, I'm with you. I am on Team Drake on this budget season. I'm telling you right now.
Good.
So allow me to clarify the distinction on discretionary one last time so we can figure out where we're going on this specific issue. Section 2-49 of the code, last amendment by ordinance 22-04, and it came into effect before that in 17, deals with authorized expenditures. Food, non-alcoholic beverages come up in a variety of locations. Meeting, training program, workshop, or function held by Walton County or any agency thereof. That's not exactly what we're talking about, but it gets close. For meals and lodging for visiting officials and dignitaries necessary to promote intergovernmental and public or private sector coordination. Again, that gets close. It's probably not exactly there, but you could possibly fall. You were getting closer now. Meals and non-alcoholic beverages and recruitment proceedings for managerial employees, definitely not that. And then you get to, for recognition events, and there's a parenthetical, and this is probably the closest we get, to include meals, hospitality, and gifts of nominal value by the county to acknowledge service by nonprofit, civic, or fraternal organizations, or in celebration of commemoration or special events. We probably get under that one. We probably are able to do this under that one. Now, we have for meals incidental to the conduct of county business, wherein a county official or employee authorized pursuant to the directives of the administrator may incur those. That's what I'm effectively proposing we can make happen. And then for reimbursement to civic and fraternal organizations, this isn't reimbursement, this is buying them, selling them. So you've got two areas of your existing ordinance this can be done. The issue is the final clause of that ordinance says the county administrator shall promulgate the procedures, including the rules and regulations necessary to implement these activities and expenditures. That's who the auditor is going to look at through the clerk, through our county audit, through if the inspector general's here. So what I'm suggesting is not that we could not find a way to allow you to use your discretionary monies, but if you're looking to fast track it, the solution is put it in a budget where there's a budgeted dollar. Brian says, Jeff, clear it with me, and it's done. You call Brian while you're out there and say, hey, Brian, we're out here. You know, we're trying to get something. Can Jeff spend some money to get these people some food? You and Jeff get on the phone with Brian. It can happen, but you're now not trying to go into your discretionary money, because the difference is that puts the onus on the county administrator versus your discretionary money. If I attach that to this section, now you got to go ask the county administrator how to spend your money. That's less discretionary to me. And so what I'm trying to do is merge the two together. I have my qualms on whether we need regulations on something we call discretionary, but that's your choice to adopt your policy. What I can tell you I can't get away from is you already have an ordinance here to help fast track it. That's what my proposal is. If you want to find an opportunity to then also revisit the discretionary funds and merging the two, I'm more than happy to do it. But that's going to require an ordinance amendment. That requires more than one meeting. I know how sick you get of hearing that. I get sick of hearing your ordinance process, and I deal with it every day. It is very arduous, but this would be one way to help it. So I guess what I'd ask is if we can have this in two parts. One can be general direction, which Melissa's already acknowledged, and I think we're clear with, to create a budgeted line item that allows that to be fulfilled and clearly fall under this for Mr. Goldberg and Brian. That's one. And two, for staff to come around to all of you and talk about the expansive use of discretionary funds in light of some of these discussions. We would be glad to do that and bring you back something, whether it requires an ordinance, resolution, or both being changed. Is that?
Does the first one require a motion?
Neither require a motion if y'all tell me you're all okay with it.
I'm okay.
Everybody else fine with us working forward from that point?
Yes, sir.
All right, we'll do it. Is that good, Mr. Curry?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Goldberg.
Thank you. Mr. Curry, could I interrupt you a second?
Absolutely, sir.
I'm going to have to leave. I've been throwing up in the bathroom. I don't
Take care of yourself, brother.
I don't want to get any of y'all sick. So.
Need help?
No, Laurel, help me.
Mr. Chairman, can we take about?
Let's take a 5-minute recess. Commissioner Curry, tab 36.
Yeah, I just wanted to give an update. I have confirmed with Ms. Holt that our town hall will be at the South Walton Annex Coastal Branch Library on July 13th. Just a little bit of insight. This is where folks like the Walton County Sheriff's Office, United Way, Emerald Coast, a bunch of other people that come that talk about suicide prevention. It gives avenues for people to come and get this type of information if they know a friend or a family member that is in need of these services. We also have some folks, it's nice to let them speak and get some of this off their chest while there's these folks there. So July 13th, at 8 p.m. at the South Walton Coastal Branch Library. So just want to give that a heads up. And then my last item is, again, we don't know what's going to happen with the property tax vote, so I think it's a great idea to start tightening up right now until we do know. So I would like to make a motion to immediately, until after the vote of the property tax, put a hiring freeze on across the board. So that is my motion. And just to give you a heads up, next meeting I'll be bringing back something about projects that are not funded or have allocated money towards them, and maybe even look at stopping some of them. We don't know how much we're going to have, so why are we going to hire people and do projects if we don't know if we're going to have any money in the bank to write the check? So my motion today is to put an immediate hiring freeze across the board.
Motion fails due to a lack of a second.
That's all I needed to hear. I'm done, sir.
Commissioner Johns?
I'd just like to say that there are a couple of offices here. For instance, beach ops and things like that, that we can't not hire those people because they rotate. They don't necessarily stay in those jobs for a long time, but yet we still have to run the trams and we still have to clean up the beaches and that sort of thing. So we really can't afford to stop the hiring for that group. We also really, in my opinion, shouldn't stop the hiring for the planning department. The planning department has got several positions that are open, and unfortunately, there was one person that came to work for a short time and then left. We still need to fill that position, and these are very important positions. The planning department is one of our busiest areas, and we've got to be able to put the right people in there, and I just don't think it's a good time for us to put a stop on that at this point. Now, there may be some other areas that we might be able to, and there may be some other positions that we might be able to, look at. But as far as I'm concerned, we can't allow our beach area at this time, this critical time of year, to go without the people to do the job.
Do you think it's fair if you hire a bunch of people right now, and usually the new ones are the ones the first to go when you're going through and you're cutting? So you would hire somebody and then 3 months later you let them go? You think that's right?
Well, it's beach time right now, and you need people to run the trams, and you need people to clean up the beach. And if those people that are there right now choose to leave because there's a high rotation in those areas, then, what are we going to do?
Going to have to cut somewhere. This budget season is going to be really eye-opening.
Well, maybe we should cut some other fees.
Commissioner Gladwell?
First of all, this is a part of our budget process, and I think it's not the right time to be talking about things about the budget process outside of the budget process. Also, Walton County is not in the dire straits some of our neighbors are as far as property tax cuts, and I think we can. I think we will survive this time without laying anyone off, and I think to suggest that we're going to be laying people off is premature and not in the best interest of the county government.
Well, last year you rolled out the dry erase board on me, so I'm just trying to be proactive.
But that's at the right time, not now. This is not a budget hearing, And
All right, Commissioner Gladwell, tab 38.
we've been talking about the Paxton water system upgrades. I think Mayor Smith is here today, but I think they're ready to proceed. And the next step in proceeding, and she can tell us if she's agreeable, is that Mayor Smith and Mr. Kellenberger get together and negotiate a MOU that would outline the cost that is needed, what our responsibilities are as far as engineering and public works, and whether or not that your or what your responsibilities will be, and to make sure who's going to handle the liability if something goes wrong. So do you agree to meet with Mr. Kellenberger?
Yes, sir. Mr. Yates with Yates Utilities, he couldn't be here he had some inspections to do today, but he will be performing the work on our side, and that we would take that responsibility.
And I think all we need is direction, if that's agreeable to y'all.
Because you're going to have to bring the MOU back.
Yeah.
Okay.
39.
Yes, sir. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioners.
I almost regret bringing this one up after the last discussion. But
I'll make the motion.
I would like to spend less than $5,000 or less on of the District 2 discretionary funds to purchase PA systems for Glendale and Darlington community centers. Both of those community centers have events that need those systems. They have to borrow them from somebody to now, and so it would just be a blessing to for them to have that. So I'd make the motion to do that.
And I'll second that motion, Commissioner Gladwell. That is your discretionary funds, correct?
I don't consider it mine, but I
That's your
consider it
district's.
District 2's.
Absolutely. You spend it the way you want, sir.
No, it's up to the board.
Oh. PA systems, pizza for people helping, I get it. Chair, do you have any comments on that? PA system purchase for a community center?
Is there a public benefit, Commissioner Gladwell?
Yes. The public benefit is that we rent those buildings. It makes them more attractive to rent those buildings. And like both of them have school reunions that are well attended and important to those communities, and those events require a PA system. And they won't have to borrow them anymore. They'll be on hand.
And you have that money in your discretionary funds? He's getting close, isn't he? That's okay, that's okay.
I guess I need to go back to school on what definition of public service is, so.
So we have a
Again, that's your
motion.
discretionary.
We have a motion and a second.
Yep.
Any questions, comments? Anyone from the public? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Show it passes 5-0. Sorry, 4-0. Item 40.
Number 40, there's still ongoing issues about who's where on the beach. So what I would like is to give Mr. Corman and Mr. Algren, because the money would probably come from TDC, to give them the authority to price, along with Mr. Cutshaw, who's not here anymore, to price those units and to see how much it would cost to buy 4 of them for our code department. And
Let's leave the TDC out at this point. I'm not sure whether that's going to be a permissible expenditure there, but let's get the price and we'll see. It may come out of the discretionary funds on the beach chair vending. There are a few options we can.
all right, well, could we give, do we need a motion to give Mr. Corman authority to price it out?
No, I think that's general direction. He can't buy them. He's just getting prices.
Well,
All right?
I was told they were about $12,000 each, and that,
That's true.
and that I was told they were $12,000 apiece, and I think that's an awful lot of money. I think that we're working on our maps to make our maps better, and that they can use their phones and determine from the maps rather than spend, I think it's going to be awkward for them to carry a GPS in their phone and whatever else they're doing, and I just don't think it's a good expenditure.
Well, there's still problems on the beach, and there's still people being harassed on the beach. And if 4 of these units can enable our code officers to help protect our citizens, I think it's a good expenditure. But all we're asking right now is just to get some prices. The phone apps are number one, category 1. What we're talking about is category 2, which is more precise and more defensible.
So under your current purchasing policy, nothing stops the department director from going in and getting the quotes as it is now. Obviously, an expenditure like this would have to come back one way or the other or go through the proper channels. So at this point, I'd say just let him under the purchasing policy. I mean, if the board up here says we don't want to do it, Mr. Corman, if he feels it's necessary for his department, could go do it anyway under your existing policy. So I don't see it as even a need for direction at this point. Mr. Corman, if you think you need them, bring them back to the board. And you hear the debate you're going to have when you come back.
Sounds good to me. We've already had the bee tree nourishment update, so that's a moot point. And my add-on, we've had a situation where some employees have felt the need to go to outside agencies to air their grievances towards various staff or commissioners mainly. And so that, in the movement of that activity or those complaints, the state agency said that the complaints were not legally sufficient because we don't have an ordinance that outlines acceptable behavior towards employees. So what I'm asking is that we give direction to Mr. Adkisson to bring back an ordinance establishing guidelines, guidance, standards, and the appropriate methods and manner in which we should deal with employees. And that is not doing anything but just giving our employees the right to complain if they choose to. And so all we need to do is give direction, and I would ask if y'all are okay with that.
I'm fine with that.
Oh, I'm okay with that. Since you're talking about me, I'd love to make a statement on what you're talking about, since I believe I'm the only one that got, and I don't know where you got the email that I got from the state. Just to let you know, here's the complaints from two.
What you're doing right now is exactly what the problem is.
Sorry, it's public record. It's public record.
These employees have a
okay. So
Aaron,
do I have the floor?
Hold just a
Aaron,
second.
do I have the floor?
Commissioner Curry, Commissioner Gladwell, this is your item. Do you have anything else that you want to add?
No, sir. I just would like direction to have Mr. Adkisson bring us an ordinance, and I was very careful not to name anybody. So,
anything? Do you want?
Yeah, I'd like to finish. Sure. All right. So he stated because we didn't have an ordinance. I don't know what email that you got sent from the state, but my email didn't say anything about the ordinance. But I'll have a final report Wednesday from the state that I'll be glad to share to everybody, because this third-party investigation has a lot of inconsistencies. From the emails and body cam that I have to the answers that were given during the investigation. And then we even have the state that says there's no legal sufficiency or probable cause. So I would love to have this because I would revert back to the HR issues that we had when employees came to the podium to talk about. There's several avenues the employee have to come back with us as commissioners. We have lawsuits out there that employees can take upon the commissioners. I believe there's one out there right now. There's ethics complaints that have went out. I've had 6 of them that have all been dismissed. So, yeah, I'd be glad as long as the commissioners can have a little say-so on how employees act towards the commissioners and what repercussions those are when they come back with frivolous items such as this. So,
first of all,
and I know you probably know all about them, but
I don't know anything about them, and I don't want to. But those, I do know those are covered under the state whistleblower statute.
And I can't hire or fire any of them.
And you can't hire and fire any of them. But I do think, first of all, this investigation you're talking about cost us $100,000.
I didn't ask for it. I asked
Mr. Kellenberger, who
no,
asked
no,
for
no,
that?
no, no. I'll tell you. I asked because a citizen under oath as part of testimony stated codes put him
But you
up to my
asked for
violation.
it.
I asked for
We
that.
spent $100,000.
I didn't ask for all the other. Brian must have asked for everything else. That's all I asked for. I said a citizen under oath as part of testimony stated codes put him up to it.
And that
we shouldn't look into that?
Why don't you two go out that side door
I'd love to.
and let the rest of us get on with this and go together? Y'all chill. Y'all are chill.
Mr. Chair.
I'll recess for that.
That's illegal. But
Mr. Chair, if I may just slightly
No,
put a
no.
bow on that, is that ultimately when questions are raised regarding issues between commissioners and employees, because the board does not have the ability to self-police, that is up to the public in elections and ultimately the governor. When issues arise of that nature regarding conduct or concerns about conduct of employees back to a commissioner for which there appears to be some verifiable basis, we are always going to look to an outside entity. That's why you have HGRS on retainer and why the county for years has had labor law firms on retainer, so that we can cover those issues. So the issue is that that was initiated based on staff's longstanding practice of when these matters get referred out of house. I would not fairly characterize that as having been requested by the commissioner, the employees, or otherwise. They bring their concerns to the county attorney, the county administrator, or otherwise, and in protection of this county and the taxpayers' dollars, in the interest of transparency to make sure this is done correctly and without any concerns or fears of reprisal, the matters are handled outside by a professional investigative entity, which is our labor law firm. Those are not directed by Brian or I. They're directed by the professional judgment of the investigators. So that's how we go through that. That's how we'll continue to go through that. I understand my direction. We will gladly craft that is consistent with the HGRS report and some of the things they've talked about. We will socialize that amongst each of you. Mr. Franksman, Brian, and I can come around and talk to you about that, get your feedback, and we'll be ready to go. That's probably not a 2-week turnaround, but we will have that for you in the imminent future.
thank you. And, Mr. Chairman, that's all I need, or all I have.
Commissioner Jones?
And
Nothing.
Okay, chair has nothing. Additional public comments? Margaret?
Hi, thank you very much. Margaret Landry. Many of you probably know about the fire that happened in the Chad Holly area yesterday. I was told to evacuate my home as well as everybody else on our street. This was the result of irresponsible behavior on the developer, Triton Homes. I'm here to ask you to deny any permits for developers who want to burn acreage for their housing developments in the Chad Holly area. This situation was totally avoidable. Let's see, I'm trying to make it shorter. They clear-cut 19 acres, completely clear-cut 19 acres, put those trees in there, and then put some gasoline on them, because I saw the gas tanks or whatever they were. I believe they were gasoline tanks. I will not swear to that, but burned everything right near the bay. I think a 10-year-old could have told you that winds with a fire that large are going to move the debris. I had charred embers in my yard. Most of our neighbors did. We had the police come by a couple of times, firemen come by a couple of times. This is way too large. This is the second time in just a couple of weeks that this has happened in the Chat Holly area. It happened on Harstavit, and some of the neighbors next door on Cessna told me that they had some embers in their yards as well. It's dangerous. Instead of burning, they should have hauled off all that tree debris. I don't like clear cutting, but if they're going to do it, they need to do it in a manner that's responsible. This was completely unavoidable, and I'm sorry I just completely stayed off script, but I think you got the gist of it. What I'm asking, these trees could have been given to a sawmill, anything could have happened. Will you support a ban for permits when a developer clear cuts? That's my question.
Ms. Landry, have you taken that to South Walton Fire District to discuss what their position on those permits are and whether there are any permits necessary?
A couple of us in the neighborhood actually called later to find out. I had called about the permits way before, earlier in the day, before it became a brush fire.
Were permits issued?
Permits were issued.
By whom?
I was told to call the sheriff's office. One of my other neighbors said they called the fire department, but permits were issued.
I don't believe anybody in the back from the county. No, well, Jeff's coming up here to talk. I think this is something that the board really doesn't have the direct authority over, the ability to say they will or won't issue permits. But there are certainly state statutes dealing with unlawful burning that could come into effect, but I'll let Jeff chime in on this.
Yeah, so what happens is those permits, any permits that are issued for burning is done by the Florida Forest Service. I responded down to the wildfire, met with Walter Bowers, Chief Crawford. I know that the Forest Service is doing some investigations to see exactly what happened and how it happened. I can get back with you and find out what I find out when I talk to Mr. Bowers, but any burn permits are issued by the Florida Forest Service. They look at meteorological conditions, humidity, wind direction, wind speed, all of that, size of the piles. Now, what they told the size of the piles versus what they really were, I couldn't tell you, but I can get with Mr. Bowers and get with you on that and report back to the board next meeting if you'd like.
Ms. Landry, the issue is that open burning is authorized by Florida statute. So you're under 59, I believe it's 12 or 125. But either way, what you're going to have is a situation where they have that authority, not us. We can't step on the state's toes. So the board can't say we will or won't because we're never the one issuing that permit.
I understand that they're allowed to do it, but I think that we should have a limit on the size.
But that's
after a certain
but that's the state,
size.
Ms. Landry. That's the problem, is there is a limit in there. Pile burning is specifically designed, and what Mr. Goldberg said there is a very important point. They can only burn a pile of a certain size. Now, if they misrepresented the size or lied about the size, that may be what they're investigating. But this could well be a criminal investigation, hence why somebody may have referred you to the Sheriff's Department, because I believe Florida Forest Service is working with the Sheriff's Department on this case. What I would just say is, while I think everybody appears sympathetic to what happened, it is not anything this board can or cannot do.
What
They
about
all agree with you. They can't say we're not going to issue permits because they never issue them to start with.
All right, what about having their development order revoked?
If the burning of that land was authorized by a Florida Forest Service permit,
but
there is
if
no
it was
violation of a development order. We can't say that if the state issued them a permit and they complied with it, that they're in violation of their development order.
But if they didn't comply with it?
If they didn't comply with
Well,
it,
then that
which
would
is
be
what
something-
I understand from
What Mr. Goldberg just told us they're investigating. And so all I'm going to tell you is if they're in the middle of investigation, there's no way of saying they didn't comply with it here today.
So if they're investigating it and they find that they did violate it, then what can we do with their DO?
Let's have them bring back how they violated the burn permit. Was it an affirmative misrepresentation? Did they do something that was inconsistent? We would have to pull their DO, compare it to the approval and the terms and conditions of the DO, and based on what they did or did not do, it may very well give us the ability to pursue code remedies, stop work on the DO or otherwise. But
What
I don't
would
wanna sit here and
otherwise-
say- What's that?
Excuse me, but what would otherwise be? Would it be revoking the development order?
DOs are rarely revoked outright until you allow somebody an opportunity to go through due process. If there's a violation of a DO, that has to be investigated, has to be proven before we just cancel a DO. A DO is a vested right under state statute. The county cannot just say, we revoke DOs. There has to be a legitimate reason to do so, and it would typically follow an investigation, a code complaint, a stop work being issued, or us pursuing a civil remedy. Right now, we're not in the position to do that because we don't know that this happened. It may well be Florida Forest Service comes back and says, no, they did everything according to their pile burn plan, and the wind kicked up higher than we expected it to, and it was an accident. If they say that and we take adverse action, the state's now cut us off.
That wasn't the question. The question is, after, when they find out that there is,
With due
then,
respect,
of
Ms.
course, I
Landry,
don't
I'm not
expect
gonna.
any action to be taken before.
But Ms. Landry, I'm not going to speculate on what we can or can't do until I know what the state
Okay,
says.
well, let's
we'll look
revisit this,
into it.
please,
We will look
because
into it.
it is the
In fact,
second
take it
time
back.
in just a couple of weeks it's
Right.
happened in the Chat Holly area. Wind changes very quickly. A 10-year-old could have predicted this.
Mr. Kellenberger.
And millions and billions of dollars.
Hold on
could have been
just a
lost.
second. Mr. Kellenberger, do you want to offer something?
Just have a question for Mr. Schoen. Mr. Schoen, you got a minute? Stephen, do we have any opportunities within our land development code when we issue a development order to limit or restrict the developer on how they remove debris from the project site?
We do have, as a broad category, though, that will comply with all state, local, and federal regulations in the development of the site. So again, that's why I don't want to say what we will do, because it depends on what they did or didn't violate. That's the whole situation. I mean, an administrative penalty for non-compliance isn't the same thing as violation of a state statute. So that's what we have to look at.
Appreciate it.
But we will absolutely, when we get that report, Mr. Goldberg, please get with me, get with Brian and Mr. Schoen. We will determine what we can do, and we can get a report back to everybody.
All right.
We'll let you know as well.
Sorry for taking your time.
Who's next? Mr. Roark?
Todd Roark. Commissioner Drake, I have 3 categories. They're all going to be directed to legal. May I direct them straight to Mr.
You up for a few
Atkinson?
questions?
We'll see what they're about.
Okay.
If they're consistent with what we're allowed to talk about.
Okay. The first one goes back to the tuition, because we weren't allowed to speak because there was no vote taken, and I understand that. My question is, Attorney Atkinson, and these are my words and my interpretation. So there's no one else's words. These are my words. Florida law generally treats elected municipal commissioners as public officers rather than employees. For example, under statutes, Chapter 110, Code of Ethics for Public Officers, Employees, commissioners are classified as public officers. Courts and Attorney General opinions have also consistently distinguished elected officials from employees because commissioners exercise sovereign authority and hold office by election rather than employment. So my question is to you, is a commissioner an employee or an elected official, or is that commissioner or commissioners entitled to employee benefits?
You're asking a question that I've answered several times before. Whether a commissioner is or is not an employee depends
So
on.
I can't hear you.
The first time I think I've ever been told that.
Yeah, it is, actually.
The answer to your question is it depends on the specific context and whether the commissioner constitutes an employee or not. And a commissioner is always an official, but some employees are officials. Mr. Kellenberger can be an official. I can be an official. Melissa can be an official. At the same time, commissioners can constitute employees under certain context of Florida law. For instance, FRS would treat a commissioner as an employee. They are a retiree. They lose, just because their service was as an elected official doesn't mean they're not an employee for purposes of FRS. So the short answer to that question is it depends on the very specific and exact context of the situation. In the context today, our current policy, a commissioner would not become an employee or constitute an employee, full-time, part-time, or otherwise, under our definition in the current personnel policy. So a commissioner does not fall into that under our currently adopted personnel policy.
I appreciate your answer. Thank you. The second one is whistleblower, and I'm actually going to read, if that's okay. Attorney Atkinson, what are the immediate steps a manager or employee must take when they receive a whistleblower complaint? And I'm speaking because I'm coming from a corporate world, and I know I'm in a government entity now, and things sometimes differ.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to decline to answer because I believe that goes directly to personnel matters and how they're handled. I can tell you that county staff is very well versed when someone comes in with a complaint. There is, to be very clear, Mr. Roark, there is no such thing as somebody coming and saying, I have a whistleblower complaint. Whistleblower is a form of protection governed by Florida statute. There's both private and public whistleblower statutes. We're under the public whistleblower statute. The nature of a whistleblower is a person who, in some, and I'm not going to give you the full statutory definition, reports a violation of law to a person who has authority to take action regarding that. So to whom it's reported, how it is made, while there is very strong suggestion it should be in writing, it does not always have to be. The idea is you don't say, I'm making a whistleblower complaint. It simply means an employee is making a complaint about misconduct, and then they, by the very virtue, it is automatic, it occurs instantly. The moment they have made that complaint, they become a whistleblower for the purposes of the act and therefore are protected against retaliation. So when you ask the question, and the reason I'm declining to answer what our process is, when somebody makes a complaint, we process the complaint. We look into it, we determine what needs to happen, and determine in certain circumstances there may be outside investigation. That will be complaint specific. You'll be very diligent about who and what it involves. Certainly the subject matter of the complaint is going to drive that, but Mr. Franksman has detailed policies. He has people he works with. Mr. Kellenberger has dealt with it. We deal with it in legal. And so there's not a situation where you just say, well, somebody is a whistleblower. The mere fact somebody's coming to us with a complaint automatically puts them on the track that they may well be a whistleblower at the end of that complaint once they tell us what it is. Okay. I can tell you if somebody comes to me and says, hey, I've got a whistleblower complaint, I don't treat that any differently than if somebody says, hey, I want to file a complaint, because they're labeling what they are. The statute does that all by itself.
Having managed HR, you answered the question. And as I understand it, I do not have to classify myself as a whistleblower. I'm reporting harassment or fraud. I'm immediately a whistleblower. And my question would be, what would be the initial step that an employer or a director?
The county conducts an investigation into the allegations and then determines whether or not third-party investigations are needed, whether referral to outside entities or agencies needed, and we go from that point in time. We then discuss with the employee where we are at. We typically advise them of their status as a protected entity at that point in time based on Penn State statute if we find the need to do so.
Okay. So starting with, and I'm not going to go all the way down, I'm just going to start with the deputy director. Are they legally required reporters?
We're getting into personnel matters now, Mr. Chair, and that is prohibited in the policy. I mean, we can do hypotheticals about what our personnel policies say at all times, but sooner or later, you're just basically asking a question about how we're handling an investigation or how we have handled an investigation.
Okay. I'm going to agree.
Okay, that's fine. I understand. So my question is, when we had the whistleblowers from, or the impacted associates, the female associates from HR, Attorney Atkinson, why was the board allowed to vote to decline, and I believe it to be legally required audit and investigate as it relates to those previous HR issues?
That is an absolute personnel matter.
But you guys sat up here and voted against having an investigation and an audit based on an HR resolution. You were presented with an HR resolution to audit HR at that time and investigate. voted no.
All I'm going to say on that, and again, public comment's not appropriate on that, Mr. Chair, but I will say this. To say that the board did not want to take additional third-party audit steps is not the same thing to say that staff did not conduct its standard policies and practices of investigation in-house.
Okay, I'll supply those public records to prove my point. Also, I'm aware of a whistleblower complaint because a whistleblower, as you said, does not have to declare a name.
All right, Mr. Rowe.
Well, there's no way that was a minute. There's just no way. Because I allowed you guys to.
We have, all I can,
There is absolutely no way, because I looked, it was 1 minute when he
Did I speak during his
Mr.
time or not?
Ard, if it's a personnel matter, we're not going to be able to discuss it, but do you?
Well, I'm trying to understand clarity. let me look at this question real quick.
Mr. Roark, I'll do this as a courtesy. If you would like to set up a time by phone or in person, I can make you drive up to Defuniak.
I don't mind.
And would like to talk to Mr. Kellenberger and I, Mr. Franksman, we may decline to answer your question for a variety of different reasons. But I will commit to the board that if he wants to ask us the question, let him try to answer the question. If he's unhappy with the answer we give, he can take it up with each of you. But your policies say that we're not supposed to get into personnel matters. And if we're talking about a whistleblower complaint, that's a personnel matter by definition.
But are you talking about a specific whistleblower, or are you just talking
Well,
in general?
in general, I was trying to find out the interpretation. That's why I was directly asking the attorney for the legal interpretation. That's fine. I will gladly schedule time and come and meet with Mr. Atkinson face to face, and we can talk about it, and I'm happy with that. I would like to ask Mr. Drake one more question that is unrelated to employees or personnel matters. If I would like, and it's actually directed at Mr. Atkinson.
Will ask me the question.
Okay, so my question is, are these friends of Facebook pages that some commissioners own, are those classified as political sites that fall under public record and retention statutes?
So, Mr. Roark, if I were to directly answer your question, the problem is political sites don't have anything to do with 119. The classification of the sites have nothing to do with 119. Florida law is abundantly clear. It is not how a location that a record exists is classified. It's not how it's titled. It's not where it is. It's not what it's on. It is literally, does the record, short test, constitute being made or received in connection with official county business? If any record falls under that status, it is, in fact, a public record, regardless of where it is stored. The Supreme Court's been clear on that since about 2003, if I'm not mistaken. So the direct answer is it does not matter whether a county commissioner titles a page personal, private, public, political, or otherwise. And the 11th Circuit very recently just addressed this in a case out of Escambia County. That if, in fact, there is matters discussed on a social media site, Facebook page, if you will, regardless of how it's characterized, that could be perceived as being made or received in connection with county business, then that is a record subject to retention. And I can tell you that I can think of at least 2 commissioners that I've dealt with in the last year that we've talked about that exact issue. In fact, I currently have at least 1 public records request that we've just now got towards the end of, where we've had a commissioner going through anything that was on their personal Facebook pages, pulling them off, and dropping those records into public record for us. And so that's how we've always treated it. That
would be me.
I wasn't going to call any of you out, but yes, sir, he is responding, and we've taken steps to do that. But the short answer is it doesn't matter whether it's a political site, it doesn't matter how it's styled, it's a nature of what the comment is. If somebody puts out there, this is what I plan to do if I'm reelected, that may be a little different than this is what I plan to do at the next board meeting. It just depends on the nature of the content itself is the answer to the question. While the county does not actively archive all Facebook pages, every commissioner up here, I think, has been advised that if you have any information that doesn't go through your official county email, somebody sends you an email on your personal email when they're not supposed to, tell them, please send it to my county. They text you on your personal phone. Save it, get it to us. And if you don't get it to us, you're on your own when it comes time to produce it. Please don't tell us you forgot, because that's not going to work.
It's not legal.
I went as far as having an icon on my desktop now, because I asked them, because I'm going back through 2 years of everything, because I had a business. Everybody has my phone number. Everybody has my personal page. So I am screenshotting everything and putting it, and it takes a long time. There's a lot of people to contact me. So I had them put an icon on my desktop so I can click and drag, click and drag, click and drag. There is tons in there right now. So,
well, I could just tell you how happy we are that IT figured that out. Thanks, guys. Jason, team.
Good job. First off, Commissioner Drake, thank you for the extra time. And Attorney Atkinson, thank you for your explanation.
Ms. Leitner.
$5:31. I'm hungry. Good Lord. Clay, you can twist the words any way you want to, and I know you've got a job. The expectation of a commissioner is to be employed for 4 years. It makes no kind of business sense whatsoever to pay for the education of a 4-year employee. We all know that. We all know this shouldn't have happened. Like I said, I'm not bashing you. I know you've got a job to do, but it's just awfully odd to me that we just sat here and have, 35, 40-minute discussion about whether or not to buy relief workers pizza, because the same commissioner who built the taxpayers for a master's degree didn't think money should go for that. I just don't even, and to that note, the commissioner that put it on the agenda probably should have just made a phone call. You two are taking up way too much of my time. Way too much of my time. I don't care about your crap. Nobody back here cares about your crap. All these people are getting paid. Y'all are costing us money. We don't care. Work it out, fight it out. Don't care. Just the next meeting, please come back acting like grown-ups, because I know at least one of you is much better than that. Thank you.
Ms. Harris. Anyone else?
When we talk about the way commissioners treat employees, there's an employee who's still employed here who went and filed a whistleblower suit, Danny, against you for just about threatening her. And I have it. But she dropped the suit because of some other things. She also went to Josh Mitchell with the AG's office and talked to him about you. She already had the suit drawn up and then was talked out of doing it. But the suit is drawn up and the attorney sent it to me. Now, everybody up here needs to understand, Danny, I don't care what cartoon you post about me, couldn't give a shit. Mark my word.
Harris, please, let's stay.
Couldn't care less. But when you attack another commissioner for something that an employee with this county went to, cared enough, talked to my attorney on the phone first before she got a different attorney, I can assure you that is just the pot calling the kettle black. And you better sit back and think, because I won't be posting the cartoon. I don't want to hurt the county employee, but I'll be posting the thing that she drew up to sue you.
In the back. Purple.
Hi, this has nothing to do with that. My name is Shelley Myers. I am a citizen of Blue Mountain Beach. I'm sorry that this is happening during election year and that y'all get beat up about P cards and pizza for no reason whatsoever, that's wasting our time. I come up with what I think might be an actual solution to the problems that Walton County has been facing for a very long time. Here we go. My name is Shelley Myers. I'm a Blue Mountain Beach resident and a longtime public beach access advocate. I'm here today to respectfully request that the Board of County Commissioners formally initiate the process for establishing an erosion control line along the South Walton coastline based on the 2019 Walton County Mean High Water Line Survey currently posted in Labens, you know, it's official. We paid a lot of money for a 26, I don't know how much money. Do we know? I'd like to know how much money we paid for that, but it's money already spent and it's current, okay? The law is clear and mandatory. Chapter 2025-178, Senate Bill 1622, we know this one, the one that repealed HB 631, signed by Governor DeSantis on June 24th, 2025, states in Section 2.2 that an ECL has not been established, that if an ECL has not been established for a critically eroded shoreline, the Board of Trustees of the Internal Improvement Trust Fund must adopt the ECL by resolution. The word is must, not may, not should. It is a mandatory legal obligation. Walton County beaches have been on the state's critically eroded beach list for approximately 20 years. That designation triggers this mandatory duty right now. Renourishment is not required. I repeat, renourishment is not required. None of us, we love our sand. We all agree. We don't want to step on shells, okay? That is not part of the demand at all. I want to address a concern I have heard. The ECL establishment is tied to nourishment projects. The statute separates these two things entirely. Section 2.2 mandates the ECL. Section 2.3 says DEP may proceed with beach restoration. Must versus may. That distinction is intentionally and legally significant. The ECL can and should be established as a standalone first step, independent of any dredging or reinvestment project. The survey evidence already exists. The 2019 countywide mean high water line survey conducted under the auspices of the DEP's Bureau of Survey and Mapping is already posted in Labens, the state's official land boundary information system. We are not asking for new surveys or new spending.
We're out of time.
It's a win-win for everyone. Thank you for your consideration. I got 7, oh, I'm over. But it's a win-win. Public gets a fixed line. It cuts the beach in half, about 50 feet below the dune line.
I've been very generous. You're welcome. Thank you. We create all the theater. Thank you. The dancing. Whatever. You were doing some kind of sachet or something.
I'm sachet.
Okay. All right. Who's next?
I'm Kate Holland of Horsepower Pavilion. Just in relation to Dan's complaints that have been dismissed. Clay, you were in that meeting. Brian, you were in that meeting. It's my understanding that my family yet again were dragged into this, and that meeting should not have taken place. So I've been back and forth with you, Brian. I just wanted to see if somehow we can all meet and liaise and push forward, because I'm not sure how we went to that meeting and resolved things, and then there was complaints filed for that meeting.
Which complaints are you talking about?
Well, we had a meeting at Dan's office, and we all sat in that room together, and my understanding is there's been complaints filed about that meeting with me named in them and my husband.
Well, Commissioner Curry complained that some people should not have been in that meeting, and I explained myself as to why I didn't make any action to remove those people from that meeting. We can have a disagreement about that, but the county and horsepower pavilion moving forward, I think is set in the settlement agreement. And so,
I mean,
so we're
Cliff's
moving
doing-
forward on
yeah,
that.
That's good, but I
And he's
just,
been in regular communication from what I've seen.
Yeah, I just-
The last even week or two.
we all sat in a room and had adult conversations rather than start litigation. And fast forward a matter of a month or two, we've now got complaints and goodness knows what going.
I'm unaware of any complaint that was filed that concerns horsepower pavilion or affects how the county's handling horsepower pavilion.
Well, supposedly I'm expecting special treatment of some sort, which is in the complaints, and supposedly it's written in that complaint that they were sent out to horsepower to find violations, which wasn't what we discussed in the meeting. So I just wanted it on the record because somehow what happens in these meetings and what happens outside the room are often two very different things.
The county attorney or county administration's position, but because of the nature of it, I think we'd be better off just letting us continue with our path commissioners. I don't see any action for us to take tonight on this issue. Is that okay, Mr. Chair?
Agreed.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Excuse me. Warren Whitaker for the record, WHI-TAKER. Mr. Atkinson, you got your portable law library there with you?
I try.
Okay, how about pulling up Florida Statute 104.31 for me, please?
Okay.
Read along. And then there's also a ethics rule, State Statute 1112.1313, sir.
Well, I'll tell you this. First off, if it deals with ethics, that doesn't have anything to do with this board. We can't adjudicate it. What was the first statute you asked about?
First statute was Florida Statute 104.31. Okay?
Yes, sir.
All right.
That's political activities. That is governed by the Division of Elections, the Secretary of State. What you're specifically referring to is Florida's version of the old Federal Hatch Act.
Okay.
And that's, again, with all due respect, I don't know where you're going with it, but what I can tell you is that 104 is the election code. That is solely the purveyance of the Commission of Elections, the Division of Elections. We can't get into that up here at this dais.
I just asked you to, I asked you to pull it up.
Well, I got it, but we
Okay,
can't
thank
talk
you.
about it.
I'm not asking you to talk about it.
I got it.
Okay, correct me if I stumble or stumble somewhere along the road. Apparently on May the 14th of 2026, Walton County had an employee appreciation luncheon. And also at that same luncheon,
I can't get into anything about whether it's a violation of the law. I can't answer any questions. That will be something that you need. If you have a concern that 104.31 has been violated, Mr. Whitaker, you are to file that with the appropriate authorities with the state. The Board of County Commissioners cannot address a 104 violation.
well, okay, I agree with that, and I'll go forward with that. But we've talked about whistleblowers today. The people were there, didn't feel comfortable with the candidate being forced on them like they were that day. The people that I associate with, the blue collars, the hard workers, they don't feel comfortable. They don't feel comfortable coming forward and bringing it up either. There's several commissioners in here that should have caught it and stopped it, but that's okay, right? But you need to put that in your new employee handling program too as well. Thank you.
Anyone else? You've already spoken. No, but you're welcome to stick around afterwards. If there's no further business, Commissioner Glidewell moves we adjourn. Should that done